hello. Welcome. I hope you're very, very good today. Is mist different from fog? I think fog is a more intense mist, isn't it? Mist is kind of sort of hanging in the air, first thing in the morning, dewdrops. Fog requires the use of a horn, I would say. You don't have a mist horn, but you have a fog horn, don't you? So it's my understanding that fog is... I don't know what the cut-off is. He took her out in the fog and mist. Favourite colour, favourite weather, mist. Yeah. Oh, God, imagine getting angry. Imagine getting angry about something in this heat. So, yeah, I must apologise for my revolt. In fact, I know no one ever wants to see the streamer pick up a roll of toilet tissue. It conjures up unpleasant and unfortunate imagery, but being a 46-year-old slightly obese man, there will be mopping of the brow. Hello kids, hello fellow kids. They let people like me on your platform as well. Right, stop wiping your face, just say something normal. Hello, how are you? I hope you're all very well. Yes, so apparently the heat's going to break in a few days. Hope Farming. No, they did not arrive. They're not arriving till tomorrow. Yes, so last night was just slumping. That was the family activity last night. We all had a 3 to 4 hour. I'd buy some fans. Yeah, the new fans, the new supporters are arriving tomorrow. Oh yeah, they're good boys. They're good boys. You'll love them. You'll get on with them. Just don't bring up politics. But you know, good lads. Solid lads. They'd do anything for me. Yeah, last night we just did slumping. The entire family. I had a lovely sleep. I fell asleep at about 8 o'clock, and my wife told me that I shouldn't do that because I'll just feel awful when I wake up again. I woke up at about 9 o'clock and I felt amazing. I felt utterly refreshed. So I can recommend just fall asleep. It's good. It's good. So yeah, that was yes. Oh, I mean, we did watch The Three Body Problem, which I continue to dislike, but I'm obviously committed to the bit and will continue to watch it anyway. But do I have anything interesting to say about that? No, I do not. So yes, it was just a slumping evening yesterday. Played quite a bit of Zelda Wind Waker, which is definitely my favourite Legend of Zelda game of all time. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. If you ever wonder that. The conventional answer is off. My second favourite would be the SNES one, A Link to the Past. I never had a N64 in the day, so I never really... I didn't get into Ocarina of Time when everyone else did. I think I probably first played it on an emulator. It didn't even work properly. I do like Ocarina of Time. I respect Ocarina of Time, although like all smug tossers, I do genuinely prefer Majora's Mask. So there you go. Incidentally, how come I was thinking the other day? How did the Nintendo 3DS not become a permanent thing? The 3DS was such a magical machine. To this day, I still can't quite. I know it's got some. I still don't quite know how the 3D works. I know it's got something to do with how the front-facing camera measures where your pupils are and then adjusts the reticularness of it appropriately. But that was a magical machine. That's one of those technologies that felt like it was pointing away to the future, and then we just completely veered away from it. Anyway, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask on the Nintendo 3DS would be the best way to play that, I would say. And also Ocarina of Time on the 3DS is very lovely as well. You've always wanted to try some of the obscure one, like Link's crossbow shooting and the Tingle series. I've not played. I bought for the GameCube. Hang on, let me just check in on Oh, hang on, I can put this here and talk. There we go. There we go. Do you want to check? Do you want to have a look at this quick? There we go. Just to quickly let you know. Oh, actually, I'll just while I'm chatting, because I do have to fill time. Don't worry, there will be more talking. We've got here. Yeah, I've dumped. We had a You might remember we had a second batch of nuclear engines here. They've all. There we go. They've all been expired. We got rid of the first teal lot, so we're on to our second teal lot. These tanks. Yeah, here we go. It's got some supplementary tanks on the side that I'm going to eject soon. So keep an eye out for that. I played. What obscure Link titles are there? I really enjoyed. It was the remaster, the remake of Link's Awakening on the Switch. I had a magical day with my kids. I don't think I played through the whole thing, but I played 4 or 5 hours of that. Nuclear. Yeah, you're right. It is nuclear. Yeah. My nuclear engines. Yeah, I played 4 or 5 hours of Link's Awakening. My kids very much knew how to distract me from getting them to do any actual work. But me and my kids just sat for an entire day in front of Link's Awakening, just working our way through it, which was a treasured memory. I got some sort of, was it the Four Swords? I got that for the GameCube, where you had a cable that connected the Game Boy Advance, I think it was, to the GameCube, and then you controlled 2 links each via your Game Boys, like a second screen. It was a very, very elaborate setup, and I think I only played that for a few minutes. That might be the most obscure Link game I've played. I did play the original fairly recently. I never played the original originally, although I'd obviously A Link to the Past is sort of heavily based on it. I played the original NES one, obviously with a game facts, with a guide telling me where to go and what to do, because I'm not, life is short, and they didn't exactly hold your hand in those days. Very, very, very solid game, like proper. Oh, I can see why this is good. Oh, great. There was very little having to kind of, games were a lot more primitive back then. It was one of those games that I've somehow never played and then gone, right, yeah, get it, I see. So, but I've never played Link 2, the hated Link 2, so maybe one day. You spoke of circular movement as a catalyst to propulsion. It's not a catalyst, it's stability. How exactly does revolving benefit someone in a vacuum? Oh, right, I'll tell you how. So this is how I worked it out, right? So what was happening, I'll explain it. Hang on, let's just stop the rotation and then start. Right, so I don't know if you can see. So I'm trying to keep my nose on the blue target. Now, this isn't a great example because the ship has actually shrunk down so much that it's no longer unstable. But when it was unstable, you can see, there we go, look, it's drifting off target. I suspect because the ship isn't quite, yes, it's now drifting off target. You can see the nose is just creeping off target. There we go. We are now well off. What I've discovered is, all by myself I have as well, what I've discovered is if you get the nose on the target and lock the geometry and then start a rotation and then increase the engine power, although it's still deviating from the centre, because the whole ship is in rotation, the deviation, rather than becoming a straight line, becomes a circle. This is how I've kind of figured it out, is that when it's I can't stop it deviating, but I can deviate it over 360 degrees rather than over 1 degree. Rather than it deviating in one direction, it's deviating over all the directions at more or less the same time. And so that should, in my head, increase its accuracy by 360. Now, there'll be physicists out there who will tell you that every single word I've just said is utter bollocks. The ravings of a heat-stroked madman babbling into a camera with a very, very strong light shining in his face. But the science does seem to be holding up. Making the ship spin is making it deviate less. So I can't argue with the results. Eddie's fans can sound like I don't have any fans apart from the video card. I don't have any fans at all at the moment. My wife made me throw away my best fan because it was dangerous. The grill kept on falling off the front, exposing the whirling, rotating blades, and she's made me throw it away. Whereas I quite rightly said that it was nothing that quite a lot of duct tape couldn't solve. But she threw away the fans, and now we have no fans. Oh, right, I'm about to abandon my half of my fuel tanks. Right, watch this. Here we go. Watch this. You watching? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's abandon the fuel tanks. There they go. Whee! I hope that was right. I hope they were the right ones. Okay, good. It must just be London outside. So yes, welcome to another day of Kerbal Space Programme. So yesterday, oh, hang on, I do have a picture of Valentina in the mohole. Hang on. Let me just show you what happened yesterday. There we go. So there's Valentina in the mohole yesterday. So yesterday we went to I have absolutely no idea what barrels are in our Challenger tanks. Do we have rifling in our? I would have thought, wouldn't, if you're going to fire an object through a tube, it's always going to need rifling, isn't it? I can't imagine, unless you're firing a sphere, unless you're firing a musket ball, you'll be firing a kind of pointy shaped object, an oval. So I would have thought, and bear in mind I don't know what I'm talking about, but if you're going to fire a pointy object out of a tube, it has to spin, doesn't it, to keep it gyroscopically stable. But obviously I'm not a tank nut, so I don't know how tanks work. But one would imagine that if I were to imagine, when I close my eyes and imagine a big powerful shell bursting forth from the long sleek shaft of a Tommy tank, I imagine it's spinning in slow motion before it hits a Gestapo officer's face. Heat and missiles don't need rifling. I suppose missiles don't, but then they've got fins, haven't they, that stabilise them, whereas obviously bullets don't have fins. So maybe you don't need to spin if you've got fins. The British still have Hess rounds, which are a niche region to retain rifling barrels. Oh, okay. Ballistics is not my field, but I'm very happy to talk about it on a stream as if I do know what I'm talking about. There we go. Interesting. Anyway, I'm the one who's invented gyroscopic stability. I remember when I was playing paintball, I was absolutely delighted that I also invented all by myself, providing cover. It was this was many years ago, by the way. I don't go paintballing anymore. We had to capture the flag, and they had someone guarding the flag. And then I was with my mate, and then I said to my mate, hang on, why don't I just shoot at the guy why don't I shoot at the guy guarding the flag, and that means he will have to stay under cover, and then while I'm shooting at him, you could go and run and go and get the flag. And oh my God, that's what cover me means. All by myself at the age of like 35, I realised what people actually mean when they say cover me. They mean shoot at the person shooting at me, so that person has to hide behind a wall and then I can run and get the flag. But I invented that all by myself like a caveman, and I felt very, very proud. So yeah. Yes, yesterday, the mohole, of course. So yesterday, we, our scientists, including innocent Lisby, went to Moho and went deep into the mohole. The mohole is the glitch in the scenery right at the North Pole, and Lisby went all the way down, all 10 kilometres down the mohole, and found herself trapped in a two-dimensional surreal space from which there was absolutely no escape. In fact, I was happy to leave her there. I was going to very, very happily leave her there, where she belongs, the monster, floating in the gap between yesterday and tomorrow. But she tried to deploy a flag down at the bottom of the mohole, and the game crashed, which saved her life, really. So having done that, we then just had her get out. We reloaded an older save, and she jumped out of the mohole and is currently looking straight down into it. But yes, yesterday we explored the mohole. Now we do have a problem here, and I'm going to explain what this problem is. So this is the rescue. See, look, we've deviated slightly from the centre, but the deviation is tiny compared to the deviation we had when I wasn't spinning. So yeah, the Guardian have launched a 4 or 5 year campaign to discredit the mohole. Apparently the mohole once pocketed an extra 200 when playing Monopoly, and so they can't be trusted, and so the mohole's testimony must be thrown out. This metaphor's not working, is it? God, I'm so hot. But yes, the Guardian successfully campaigned to get Lisby freed or loosed, Lisby uncaged. In fact, when we get home, I think Lisby might well be starting an uncensored comedy night. Get a photo of Lisby with some plasters over her mouth, with too hot for TV, but really I'm just wittering. This is like this really is just watching an old man's sundown. It really, really is. Is she out? Is her ordeal over? I'm not following any of this. It's too hot to follow any of this. I'm not even comfortable. I'm not even comfortable doing this. Oh, whoa! Not in this weather. Jesus Christ. Lisby said the mohole was already full of air before she even got there. Yeah, these moholes just dig themselves, don't they? Funny how when Lisby left the mohole, all the other problems stopped as well. Oh man. Okay. So yes, this is the rescue ship, but I've made a terrible mistake building this ship. And by the way, thanks for letting me know yesterday. So the idea. Let me just hang on. Let me just freeze. Let's just freeze this ship for a second so we can look at what a disaster it is. So, this is what was launched yesterday from Kerbal to free the Mohole 5. This here, from here going to the right, this is our Moho lander. It's pretty big because it has to have the capacity to fit. The noise was the ship. Yeah, I know. It's been bothering me what that hissing was. It was the sound of the engines, yeah. So this is the lander. This is the bit that's going to land on Moho and hopefully get them back into orbit. Now, the idea was, and you can see where this is going, the idea was that then this would... So this section here, from here going left, would remain in orbit of Moho. This section will break off, land on Moho, pick up all the Kerbals and, you know, including Lisby Unleashed, go back into orbit, link up, and then fly home. Transfer the crew, dipshit, transfer the crew from these pods into these pods and then fly home. I'm an idiot. Why did I bring 2 lots of empty pods? Why didn't I make it so that this just links up? We don't need these pods at all. These pods are 3.5 tons of totally useless weight that we have we've pushed around this bloody system. We have, in fact, the reason why is cutting to the end. This rescue mission is going to need a rescue mission because we don't have anywhere near enough Delta V. Even though I massively over-engineered it yesterday, we don't have the oomph. Why did I bring an extra 3.5 tons of pod when we've got 3.5 tons of pod here, and I could have just used that? That was about 3/4 of an hour into just sitting here watching my spaceship move very, very slowly yesterday, and I realised I've completely burked it up. So what's going to happen is we've got about 2.5. So we will get to Moho. That is, well, I think we will. I can't even guarantee that, actually, if I'm completely honest with you. We should get to Moho, but we're not going to be able to leave. We're going to have to send another rescue ship to pick them up. So while we're doing that, so what we're going to do today is we'll get this. Okay, so you're going to need to start. Let's get you pointing back where you need to point and lock it in, and then get you spinning. Very nice. And now throttle up the engines. There we go. So what we'll do this morning is we'll get this ship to Moho. We'll try and we won't try, do or do not. We will land at Moho. We will pick up the Kerbins and Lisby, and we will hopefully blast back into orbit. But then what we're going to have to do is build a rescue ship for the rescue ship, build it more fuel efficiently than before, but also crucially build it with a lot more engines, because I'm not doing this again. Although this is the most fuel efficient way to build a ship, to have external fuel tanks feeding into a single engine, this single engine, I think I might not even be kidding when I say we would go faster if someone got out and pushed. These engines may be efficient, but they're also piss weak, so we're going to need a lot more of them. What I'm also thinking is we need a project that's not just flying to a planet, landing on it and taking off. So I was thinking maybe we should start thinking about building some sort of moon base, some sort of I don't know what, I'd just say moon base again. Get a kind of settlement on the moon with legs and compartments and trucks and stuff moving around, you know, get a kind of, start setting up a home on the moon. So I think we can do, and that's certainly a project that we can do while we're sending the rescue ship to rescue the rescue ship. But at the moment, we are... Here we go. So here's here we go. Here's Kerbin. Here's Eve, which we've whizzed past. I was actually looking yesterday to see if I could get a gravitational slingshot that would save us a whole lot of effort, but no. And here is the orbit of Moho. Now I've already sorted out our inclination. If you can see here, if we look at the plane of the solar system, you see this line here. This is the orbit of Moho. Moho is quite severely inclined compared to the rest of the solar system, and that really does make a difference in terms of the amount of delta V it requires to get there, far more than I anticipated, which is why we are where we are. So at the moment we're quite close to Moho, and we're just bringing our orbit. So the teal orbit, as always, is our current orbit, and the yellow orbit is our destination orbit. We're currently bringing our apoapsis down so the blue orbit will match the yellow orbit, and then we should be in a good position to intercept Moho at a normal speed. The reason why matching the orbits is so important, so you might be thinking, why don't you does it matter having to, why don't you just do why don't you do half a Hoffman transfer, you're probably thinking, or is it a Hohmann transfer? I think it's a Hohmann transfer. I think the Hoffman was in Baywatch, wasn't he? Why don't you do a Hohmann transfer? Why don't you start from Kerbin and make your apoapsis, so make your apoapsis Kerbin and make your periapsis Moho. That way you don't have to expend energy. All you do is you can then go by Moho, you can then go next to Moho and then just hit the brakes and go into orbit. Why go to all the hassle of matching the orbit? Well, if we were to do that, if we were to just simply fly from Kerbin to Moho in one burn, we would fly by Moho at about 3,000 meters per second faster than we want to be. The fuel that we're using now, to essentially we're hitting the brakes now. We're hitting the brakes and reducing the size of our orbit down closer to the sun. The energy we're using now to hit the brakes would be exactly the same amount or even more energy, because we'll be fighting gravity. It would actually be even more. It would be more energy to fly by Moho really, really, really fast and hit the brakes. It's more energy to do that than it is to simply match Moho's orbit, because when you match Moho's orbit, you're travelling at a much lower relative velocity relative to Moho. God, am I making any sense, or am I having a small stroke? Obviously, by being in the same orbit as another body, you are moving relative to that body. You're moving close to zero. Obviously, the more your orbit deviates from a body, the higher your relative velocity. So matching the orbit is actually the most efficient way of slamming on the brakes, and it means we're going to kind of trickle into the Moho system, and then hitting the brakes to go into orbit will be a formality. It's so hot, you have no idea. Well, you do have some idea because you're also experiencing it yourself. So that's nearly done. We've got 266 meters per second left. How much fuel have we got in the bank? We've still got some more in the bank. So I'm very curious to see how close to Kerbin we can get. Now, if we're going to rescue the rescue ship, we've got another question. Do we keep the rescue ship? Hang on, I'm going to have to correct this. Let me just correct this. There we go. Good. Do we keep the ship in orbit of Moho and then send a rescue ship? Or do we try and get back to Kerbin with what little fuel we've got, run out of fuel, and then intercept the rescue ship in deep space, or deeper space, deepish space, sorry, which is significantly harder than intercepting a planet. I don't know. I'm setting this up as a question, but I already know the answer. I'm going to do that one. The reason is, normally I think I would leave a ship parked in the orbit of a planet, because it's a lot easier to just rescue it from the orbit of a planet. Because Moho requires so much delta V to get to, because it's obviously so far into the solar system, and because it's at such a dramatic inclination, I think, even though it's very, very difficult to intercept a ship in deep space, we're still better expending what fuel we can to, at the very least, get our inclination back on the 0 degrees. Any fuel we expend getting back to Kerbin is fuel that we don't have to expend getting from Kerbin to Moho and then back again. So I think I'm going to do that. I think we'll rescue these Kerbals from the planet Moho, and then we will try and get back to Kerbin using what fuel we've got left, and then a ship can come and pick us up. In its own time. So we've got 60 meters per second. We've nearly finished. So this is the maneuver node that was started yesterday at the end of the stream. As I say, I've been working on this maneuver for, well, 2 hours now. As I say, the next ship will have more engines on it. So yeah, in 25 seconds we'll cut the engines, and then we will calculate our final approach to Moho. Shall I do a countdown? That'll pass the time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Just end it on 2, it's fine. Right, stop spinning. That's enough. Thank you. Okay, let's have a look at where we are. There we go. So you can see here the yellow and the blue line. They're not exact, obviously. I'm not a machine. But the yellow and blue lines are now almost lined up, which means our relative velocity to Moho is nice and low. So now I'm going to try and just find a nice node to use to intercept Moho. Ha! I think I got it.
Oh, pardon. It's getting quite time.
It is hot. It is hot. Are you at home at the moment, Gruppen, or are you in the middle of the North Sea? Because I tell you what, that sounds pretty sweet at the moment. I bet you get some lovely stiff breezes. Ooh, what I wouldn't give for a stiff breeze. Oh, Norway tomorrow. We've just heard. We earlier on we got news in that Norway is quite cloudy and a bit rainy at the moment. So, are you not off to Ghana then? Well, that's thank heavens for small for small mercies. Mercies? Thank heavens for small mercies. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. That's not a saying. I've just made that up. Okay. Oh man, another 1,300. This rescue ship, this is not going to get fucking anywhere, is it? This is just not going to... This is a disaster. How much bloody effort does it take to get to this planet? Sorry, it's too hot to sit in the garden. Yeah. My flat is a very north-south flat, so in the mornings this room, well, you actually see it because obviously you see that how bright this place gets in the afternoon. In the mornings, this is on the dark side of the flat. At about 2 o'clock, when I knock off, it will become, I think a dog would die within 3 minutes of being in this room in the afternoon, and then I migrate to the other side of the flat, hopefully with some sort of Magnum. Oh, I could get myself a Magnum, couldn't I? Oh, at the end of the stream, I could go and get myself an ice cream. Okay, so I've now just calculated a better trajectory. Okay, 911 meters per second. There's a lucky number. Okay, let's do that then. Burn time 8 minutes. Really? Oh. Okay. Okay, well, it is what it is. There's really nothing we can do about this. Okay, so here's the burn that's going to take us. Champagne Socialist. Yeah, I still remember one of the more proud days of my life was being called by a rando on Twitch, not Twitch, the other one, Twitter, a rando on Twitter as it was then, just texting me to call me typical North London metropolitan liberal lefty wanker, which covered pretty much. I'm not North London, mate. Could you not say I'm from North London? Thanks. But apart from that, it was quite nice that it was quite nice to just have a stranger just feel the need to let me know. That was good. That was a good day. Congratulations. Yeah, yeah. All got in there. Just get the whole bunch of it, and I can't remember what it was, but yeah, Champagne Socialist. Oh, I'd like some cold champagne. Would be nice. A nice cold champagne and a doze. Yeah. More. Actually, no. I've just realised I'm not thinking of the champagne at all, am I? I'm thinking of the ice bucket. Ice bucket challenge. I had. Oh, hang on. I'm burning my nodes too early. No, pardon. I was nominated for the ice bucket challenge, you know, back when that was a thing. A friend of mine had ice poured all over him and then said, "Oh, I'm going to nominate Eddie." I just didn't do it. It was a problem in our friendship, and to this day, I've only seen him once since then, and it was a bit prickly. I apologised for not doing his ice bucket challenge in a kind of jokey way, and he said, "Oh, it's all right, Eddie, it's fine," in a way that very much suggested it wasn't fine. Did they cure that disease, or was it a load of old bollocks? Oh yes, sorry. I also listening to myself yesterday, moaning on and on and on. I told myself to not be such a miserable sod today, so I will try my best. Okay, so this is the. Also, try not to sigh with a kind of deep ennui that implies you have a troubled soul. What are we doing? Oh, I'm moving my teal orbit into this brown orbit, aren't I? God, you work it out. Oh, it's so hot. very hot. I've got ice in the freezer. Feels like something my disgusting family would have found for themselves and used. Yeah. Oh, I completed the Ice Bucket Jump Secure JLS. Yeah. Yeah, they're back, you know, JLS. I had a lot of respect for JLS because they quit kind of at the height of their... I mean, I know they're doing the comeback tours now, but they quit just as their fame started to decline. They quit. I can't remember which one of them it was, but he said, I've got a massive house and a really nice swimming pool, and that's all I wanted. And I just thought, good for you, Jack the Lad Singh. Well done. That is the correct answer. Earn enough. Go on the treadmill. 2 years of corporate bum licking, enough to get yourself, chuck a couple of albums out, earn enough to get yourself a really nice house with a big swimming pool, and call it a day at the age of 25 or whatever it was. Good for them. Good. I hope they are enjoying their wealth. I hope they're not doing a notch from Minecraft. Talking of Twitter, that was a journey, wasn't it? That was a journey watching Notch from Minecraft slowly lose his mind. Is his name... Didn't they scrub Notch's name off the Minecraft title screen? I remember... because I remember being really pleased for him because he used his Minecraft... billions. He gazumped Kanye West, or was it Jay-Z? Why do they all look alike to you? No, shut up. I think it was Kanye. He gazumped him to a mansion in LA. He just offered more money for bought himself a beautiful mansion in the hills of LA. I remember he had a wife at that point. And I remember just thinking, oh, well done. You've managed to achieve all the life goals by just creating a video game that all the world's children love to play. And then over the next year on Twitter, just watching him slowly but surely completely lose his fucking mind. I remember him getting really angry at that Ghostbusters film with the women in. I think that might have been Five Star lived near where I went to college. They all blew their dosh immediately and comprehensively. I bet they didn't have a fucking crap time though. I bet they had a fucking great time spending their money as opposed to a fucking crap time. Good for them. Spend. Danny Baker's a spender. He was talking about how the fact that he's incapable of holding on to any money keeps him working, that he spends money so it forces him to work for more. I quite like what he said. He was talking about being frugal with money, and he says, am I ever going to say I regret that month in Hawaii? No, I'm never going to say that. It was brilliant. It's okay. That's quite a good attitude really, isn't it? Am I going to regret that month in Hawaii? He does refer to his home as the house that Daz built, however. So. But yeah, the idea of literally just winning all the life goals and then sitting on your phone yelling about Ghostbusters. It was a real... I don't know if it was the first... because it's quite a while back, isn't it, since he lost his mind. I don't know if it was the first time I watched... It might have been the first time I watched a billionaire lose his marbles in real time. Obviously, Elon Musk has been a slower burn, but yeah, these people. I suppose for every 1 billionaire who's losing his mind on Twitter, there are 99 other billionaires just swimming in caviar and blowjobs and laughing and laughing and laughing. Good for them, I say. Good for them. Let's hear it for the billionaires who actually appreciate their own wealth. I think JLS still refer to themselves as Jack the Lad Sing. So, eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that this is taking a while. Don't worry, you've missed the billionaire chat phone call on Slack. It was awful. With any billionaires? I was just saying, you know. Good for the billionaires who spend all day laughing and laughing and laughing at their own amazing fortune. Okay, I'm quite hot and nauseous, and I need to stop looking at that nav ball. That nav ball is hypnotising me. Oh my god, it's so hypnotic. The way the blue circle and the darker blue cross are kind of oscillating around each other. Help, it's hot. Oscillations. Base Hero Musk. Oh man, it's that it's Star Trek Discovery where Jason Isaacs, I can't remember what the line was, but it's something along the lines of, oh, what, you think you're going to be one of the great space pioneers of all time. You think you're going to be another Copernicus, another Galileo, another Musk. His reputation. It's good to know that in 200 years his reputation will be salvaged. Good for him. He's had a rough few years. The bit of his ship that blew up the other day, was that the bit of the ship that would potentially have human beings inside of it? Someone pointed out when NASA sent those 4 human beings all the way around the moon at a record-breaking altitude, he didn't post on X about it once. He did not make a single. He didn't even wish them good luck. He didn't mention it at all because he's a pathetic, jealous baby man who doesn't actually enjoy space travel. He just likes seeing his name on the side of things. Weirdly, I just thought that was so indicative that he was too petty to join in the Artemis love. Imagine being that lonely. Anyway, not a fan of him. I know someone who, in fact, I think some of us, we know someone who once was at a cliff edge with Elon Musk and his substantial security team. But Elon Musk was stood right at the edge of a cliff, and my mate had the means to give him a shove and shove him onto the rocks. That was about 10 years ago. So, you know, I suppose we have to live with our regrets. I was once in a position to stab then then Education Secretary Michael Gove in the knee with a pen. Back in a job I had long time ago at the Department of Education under the Tory government. We were just checking in and getting our lanyards, and fuck me, who comes and stands next to me, but then Minister of State for Education Michael Gove. I had a biro in my hand, and I just was suddenly seized with a very vivid image of me just, without any warning, just slamming the biro tip just underneath his kneecap. You know the bit underneath your kneecap where it goes in. I just imagined slamming my biro tip as hard as I could into his knee. He was, given that he was in his own workplace, presumably he would have felt quite sort of safe, so his defences would have been down. I could have done it, and it was quite an intoxicating feeling to be stood next to Michael Gove, holding a pen, thinking about an alternative universe. I didn't, by the way, if anyone's... You'll be surprised to hear I didn't end up stabbing him with a pen, but it was a powerful moment for everyone, except Mr. Gove, who presumably had no idea what I was contemplating. Good, right. We're there. We've done it. We are... Dear reader, I did not stab Michael Gove. No, Michael Gove. What it was it was the knowledge that... I mean, obviously I'd go to prison. Wonder what would gush out. I'd be out by now, which is what how long do you reckon you get for that? 10 years? They'll throw the book at you, obviously, because you can't just, stab a member of the government. Even if it's... But it would be... Obviously, it would have been a non-lethal stab. I mean, it would have been... it would have... So I'd have been out by now, and he would be walking... Why am I talking about this on a stream? It's because I'm hot. He would be walking with a limp, and I would have the I would be thinking, I did that. Anyway, sorry. He remains unstabbed, and indeed went on double detention at most. But no, I didn't stab him, and he went on to, of course, successfully campaign for Britain to regain its precious, profitable sovereignty. And now we are a sovereign nation once again. So don't all thank me at once. Okay. So what I want here, so this is our current journey to Moho. So at the moment, we are currently... In fact, you can see exactly what's going on here. Here's Moho. Here's our guys. There's Lisby the monster. There they are at the North Pole in the Mohole. So after all of this burning, we're due to fly past Moho thusly. So what I want to do now is stop the spinning, switch to RCS, and I'm just going to use my thrusters. Every tiny thrust, is going to move this periapsis icon. I want the periapsis icon to be right above the North Pole. So here we go. So just by firing my manoeuvring thrusters, actually that's working fantastically. That's worked far better than I could have hoped. Oh look, there we go. Christ, there we go. That puts us on a course to actually land the fucking thing. That's pretty cool. Okay. Right. So if we do that, there we go. That puts us more or less... How's that? That's pretty great. Hang on. Good old manoeuvring thrusters, eh? What's that, 6,000? That's fine, we'll shave that. There we go. So just using manoeuvring thrusters, not having to place a new maneuver node or anything, we are now due to enter the MOHO system. Where are we? Escaping, great. So we're due to enter the MOHO system here and then sweep by MOHO at an astonishing speed, I'm anticipating, but to sweep past MOHO at a very low altitude of 6,000 here, and then we can fire our retros and get this circularized. There we go. Okay, so let's quick save. Next stop is, in fact, MOHO. So shall we set an alarm clock? Yes, we shall. Here we are. So here's our ship. So we're going to go on another journey around the sun. So we're going to fast forward by a number of days. Oh, actually, 79 days. I can tell you exactly how many days. So here we go. So here's MOHO. Here's the planet MOHO. And here comes our ship. So as we go around the orbit, we're just getting closer and closer and closer. As we get, here we go, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go. And we, at a relatively leisurely relative velocity, we are approaching MOHO. And I said it was going to require quite a lot of braking power. I was wrong. It's only going to require about 335 braking power. Again, that's relatively low because we went to the effort of matching orbits in the first place rather than just screaming towards MOHO without any other plan. So here we go. We are now in the MOHO system. In fact, there it is. We're going to fly over the pole. Here we come. We're flying over the pole. We can give a little wave to our stranded brethren as we fly over the North Pole. Here we go. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Might be able to see them, actually. Oh, there they are. They're right there. That is the MOHO right there. I can see it. Right, we are quite... I hope they're alive. I'm not able to see them on the map. But anyway, there is our landing spot. That is where we are going to be landing, right there, where the MOHO is. Got a NAS drive here. 70, sounds like heat shutdown is imminent. Yeah, they don't last that long. They have a... very nice, by the way, NAS drive. I do want one of those. Is it in a nice external caddy? I have always wanted a NAS of my very own. But 17 years is... yeah, that's... make sure you got a backup of your NAS. Which seems a bit of a tautology, but there we go. Oh, the data's that old. Nice, that's nice. I remember on Pepper, we had a work experience girl come in. She was younger than a load of our sound files. She was younger than the sound of Peppa Pig's snort and George's laughter, etc. When you're teaching someone who's older than the sound files That gives you too much fucking perspective. I had to restore an X drive, one of those once, from a DLT tape. It took 2 months. I'll tell you what, I do miss tapes. We used to have backup systems I have known. We used to have, in my old work, we used to have a nice carousel of tapes. You had to load the tapes into a kind of, sort of a big wheel. A Monday tape, a Tuesday tape, a Wednesday tape, etc., etc. And then Iron Mountain would come every month and take the tapes away and store them in a salt mine or something. I felt needed and important when I was in charge of those tapes. Okay, so we are getting closer to the surface, alarmingly closer to the surface. In fact, I'm not entirely sure that firing our retro rockets this close to the surface is a good idea. Still, we're committed to the bit now. Let's quick save and just do it. There we go. Thanks, they made you redundant. Such is capitalism. Yeah, I know that one. That's nice and familiar. It's very much that Alan Partridge. This is Peter. He's just revamped Current Affairs. Yeah, but he's finished revamping it now. Give him a handshake, painting of a Spitfire, and send him on his way. It's very much how they think. No, the job hunt's not going that well, no. Thanks for asking, but no. The other day I did something fairly grotesque. I made an advert for myself and put it on LinkedIn. Not a moving advert, I haven't completely lost my fucking mind, but it was a JPEG listing my skills and a picture of my face. And I made my arcade cabinet say open to work, like it says on LinkedIn. And I was sat next to my cabinet pulling a stupid smiley face with open to work written on it. Just essentially one big begging picture. That's where I am now. It got quite a lot of likes and engagement, but the likes and engagement were mainly from people who also have open to work in their profile picture. So that really was no use to me at all. I would like my posts to only be seen by people who are in a position to help me, not my friends who are being nice and kind and showing their support. What have you got to lose? Oh, at this point, I mean, obviously in the old days, I would have drawn a line at writing an advert promoting myself and putting it on social media. I'd have drawn a line there as that as just being not worth it. But as you say, in this economy, it really is. Yeah, there's I was at a animation event a couple of months ago, talking to the guy who does all the software, or does loads of the software. I know him well, and he was just saying there's no good news on the horizon. Oh, that's right, we were talking and I said, right, so is there any work going anywhere then? I'm not very good at small talk. I'm not very good at kind of dropping hints to people. I find it just cuts, if you just cut to the chase and say, got any work going? No, any jobs going anywhere? And his literal advice was, there's no good news coming anywhere. If there's any good news, it's far off in the future. Abandon all hope. He said that a few months ago, and I thought, well, maybe he's being pessimistic. Let's see what the new financial year brings. I'm sure come the 6th of April, Once those budgets get freed up, there'll be a few rays of light. Starmer's scrap heap. I'd go and work at Heathrow Airport if they ever pull their thumb out of their bumholes and build that bloody runway. I'd like to work at an airport. I could chuck bags on. I just think I just want to see the inside of the whole conveyor belt system. I feel like I'd have kind of achieved a lot of lifetime goals if I can see the conveyor belts with my own eyes. Oh, yeah, in terms of asking people for work, in all honesty, I've never really had a problem with that at all. To be honest with you, I've got much more of a problem of people who would hint, oh, well, maybe if I hint, he'll take the hint. No. If you want work, I've had people, when I've been lucky enough to have a job myself, I've had friends say to me, is there any work going at your place? Do you know how offended I was by them saying that? Not at all offended, obviously. It's a perfectly rational thing to ask. No compunction at all about just out and out asking people if they've got any work going. It's nothing to be ashamed of, is it? But blunt or not blunt, it seems that the answer's the same. Right, we are now in a stable polar orbit around Moho. Blowing my own trumpet a little bit here, getting it into a tight polar orbit from the other side of the sun in that manoeuvre I did a few minutes ago. That was quite good as well. That thing I did with the thrusters was quite good. So we are now in a tight polar orbit. So let's land. Let's land this bugger. I'm just going to quick save. Let's detach the lander. Detach the lander. Undock. There we go. So the lander has now detached from, well, I say the mothership. It's not really mothership material, is it? So allegedly this was the mothership that was going to take us all the way back to Kerbin. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen by a long effing chalk, so you can forget that. But it will hopefully get us out of the Moho system. So here's our lander, and we need to land this at the North Pole. So let's plan that. Okay. No one knows how far I'll go. See the light, it calls me. Right. My family went to see Moana 2 when it was out, which I don't do the cinema anyway. And I also don't agree with unnecessary sequels. I asked my family the other... Oh, yeah, because we watched Moana, which is obviously fucking amazing film. Obviously. I asked my family what the plot to Moana 2 was, and none of them could tell me. They couldn't remember. They're aware that they spent money on going to see it, but they don't remember what happened at all. Here's a job. I could do that. That's all. That's on LinkedIn. When I see, junior video editor needed, I could do that. Oh man, I saw a job the other day. I'm trying to tell myself, this is me, by the way, not sitting here moaning. Literally yesterday, had a word of myself. Stop sitting around moaning like a fat old man. People don't want to hear it. That said, I was looking at a job the other day that seemed sort of all. It was a design agency. It was senior video editor, and it seemed fine. It said, you know, you must have a proven record in delivering shit to deadlines, a record of managing a small team. You've got to be able to do video editing, all of this stuff. And I was thinking, yep, great, okay, I can get onto this. And it said you must be incredibly fluent with AI tools. And even then I thought, well, all right, fine. I can say I am. I mean, you know, being good at AI isn't quite as difficult as just being good at the thing you're using the AI for. But okay, fine. And then it said your role will be to devise AI workflows that will open up video production to the rest of the company. So essentially the role was to make the role of video editor obsolete. As video editor, you would be creating AI tools so that everyone in the company can then make their own videos, which would presumably lead to the edit department becoming obsolete. I mean, maybe I should have bloody applied to it, but it's just so many jobs in the video editing space are essentially a variation on here's a shovel, we require you to dig your own grave. Anyway, as I say, I don't like to moan, don't like to complain. Okay, so we've got 6 minutes until this burn. Let's go, shall we? In fact, shall I do a countdown? You're on a spinning bike in this weather like an absolute psycho. I was going to say something really inappropriate about how your groin's going to smell, but I'm glad I didn't. You're glad I didn't. We're all glad I didn't mention. Oh, that's right. It was the Stephen Colbert questionnaire. The questions he asks all of his... Actually, are they here? Because that's something I can talk about. What is the Colbert questionnaire? Questions. They're quite good questions. Right, yeah, the Colbert questionnaire. I quite like them. We could discuss them. This could be some content. Are you ready for some content? Let's do some content. Right. Question 1. What's the best sandwich? Now, I had a bit of a... Now, it's probably going to be different. At the moment, I could just do with a nice tomato, lettuce and cheese sandwich with some mayonnaise on it. God, that does sound good, actually. On thick white bread. You can fuck off with your brown bread. Thick white bread, tomato, cheese and lettuce and mayonnaise. If I had to have one right now. But at the time, I closed my eyes and imagined putting a sandwich into my face and chewing on it. And then I was thinking, what is that filling? It was a chip butty. Ham salad, very nice. Yeah, mine was a chip butty with butter, obviously. A tuna mayo. Oh, I tell you what, tuna mayo is my favourite prep baguette. That tuna and cucumber of the prep baguette. I don't know what they put in it. I don't want to know what they put in it. I'll have one of those right now as well. Ham and tomato. Yeah, these are very summery choices, aren't they? The chip butty answer does seem to be insane. Yeah, good answers. Good answers. Number 2. What's the one thing you own that you should really throw out? Oh, I didn't see that question at the time. What's the one thing you own that you should really throw out? There's quite a lot of things. Half the contents of this room. The wife. My wife keeps trying to get me to get rid of this because it doesn't work. It's my first ever keyboard that I had as a kid. I played the shit out of that keyboard. And I played that keyboard in my band. And it's now long dead, but there is absolutely no way I'm ever going to throw it away. So does that count? Everything to save your kids having to do it when you die. Yes, we were chucking... Oh, shit, hang on, I've got a manoeuvre. I've got responsibilities here. Hang on. Give me a sec and I'll be right back. Activate the engine, please. Thanks. I might have to think of a better answer than that. Yes, we were clearing out a load of stuff at the weekend, and that was my logic. I said, if I were to die, would you keep it, or would it just be one of Daddy's weird things that goes straight into the bin? I think that's when you're chucking stuff away, would your relatives hang on to it in memory of you, or would it go straight into the bin liner? Is a really good way of sorting your life out. Right, I've just done we'll call it an entry burn. Sounds painful, doesn't it? So we're now on a ground-bound trajectory. Actually, we're not. That's a goddamn lie. John and Yoko would be proud. It would be, yeah. An empty house is a tidy house. Oh, it's the dungeon thing, isn't it? A tidy dungeon's a happy dungeon. Oh, I do need to try selling off all of my kingdoms in our Crusader Kings III game to try and see if I can salvage it. Apples or... Oh, sorry, what is the... Oh, yeah, I spent ages on this question. Planning on getting a dead man's trigger. Second my heart stops, the flat will burst into flames. Saves on paperwork and people sorting out my shite. Yeah. I mean, obviously your flat is probably almost certainly the single most valuable thing you'll leave behind. But, well, all the more, that's what makes it funnier, isn't it? Nice. I spent ages thinking about this one. What is the scariest animal? Now, the problem with what is the scariest animal is what are the parameters? I ended up thinking, what animal would I least like to see in my garden? So I was thinking about shark. Right, that's a good answer. I mean, obviously it doesn't quite fit the garden. What animal would I least like to see in the children's paddling pool? I suppose would be all right. Yeah, because I was thinking, So I was thinking this. I am terrified of bloodborne parasites. You know, keeping it light, but sepsis. You know, I could do without. You know, I think I'd rather be gored by a bull than get sepsis, for example. So there is that. I was thinking about hornet, absolutely mental and can't reason or understand it. Yeah. Oh. And they sting you when they die as well. I saw someone debating, do wasps and hornets sting you after they're dead? Yeah, they fucking do, because I've tried treading on one. The answer is yes, they absolutely do. So I was thinking, maybe a scorpion, but a scorpion's quite easy to... deal with, as long as you can see. Because I was thinking, do I want a scorpion in my garden? No, of course I don't. But if I don't know the scorpion's there, I'm not going to be scared of it. And if I did see a scorpion in my garden, I'd be looking at it going, Jesus fucking Christ, it's a scorpion, get me a glass or a big plastic tub. But containing the scorpion would be relatively trivial, wouldn't it? Whereas a rhinoceros in the garden, or I landed on bear. I was thinking of The Revenant, and I thought that bear that bummed Leonardo DiCaprio, I wouldn't like that in my garden. So I think I might have gone for grizzly bear in the end, as in the animal I'd least like to have to deal with. But there are scary, there's many, many ways of interpreting scary, aren't there? That encephalitis bug, fuck me. Does that mean your head just fills with fluid? Oh, God. Oh, you're going to get a nasty headache off that, aren't you? That huge, scary hornbill bird thing. If I was a newborn chick, I wouldn't be keen on a cuckoo. Anyway, I landed on grizzly bear. It's not a very original choice, but I decided I would define scary as fuck, what am I going to do? Fuck, that kind of scary, rather than which is also valid. Apples or oranges? Apples, Granny Smith, South African. Apartheid apples, please. Delicious apartheid apples. Oh, the the trials of having. I had to get vaccinated against encephalitis just living in Australia. We've not been to Australia, but my kids are not keen because, amongst other things, they've seen that picture of the legs poking up from behind the clock and then taking the clock off, and it's just a giant spider. I have to obviously British spiders are. I once did a radio interview on Australian radio about Peppa Pig, about what's the spider called in Peppa Pig? Fuck. Skinny Legs, Mr. Skinny Legs. Jesus, that Mr. Skinny Legs is banned in Australia. Where the Pepper's family, they find a spider, and Daddy Pig says something along the lines of, "Oh, spiders can't hurt you, Pepper. Just put it under a glass." And then the kids put the spider under the glass, and everyone's happy. And that's been banned in Australia, obviously, because the advice to kids is don't. The spider's harmless. Just pick it up with your hands. It's fine. And I was asked to do an interview. I had to get up at 4 a.m. to set the alarm and get up at 4 a.m. to do this phone interview. Stood right here, in fact, with my head out of the window at 4 a.m. talking to radio in Australia. They were absolutely fascinated because they said, "Oh, what were you thinking with that Mr. Skinny Legs episode?" I wasn't actually working on that episode. I wasn't actually working at Pepper at that point, but they weren't to know that. And I said, well, in Britain, spiders are completely benign. Like the very worst thing that will happen is they'll bite you and you'll go, "Ow, you sod." And that's it. And the Australian DJ was really interested in that. What, really? What, no poisonous spiders at all? No. What about snakes? Well, we've got like an adder, but I've never seen one. Really? And he was just... The idea of living in a country where 99% of the fauna isn't trying to kill you was... that was delightful. That was good. What about the fish thing that swims up your piss stream and attaches itself inside your urethra? Yeah, the Amazon River fish. I don't know if that fish is real, but it certainly lives rent-free in my urethra, in my brain. In my head, that Amazon hog's eye fish. Yeah, I kept it non-racist. The Amazon hog's eye fish has a serrated beak like a swordfish. In my head, I've no idea. The really big ones are all right. Yeah, well, at least you can see them. Apples and oranges is a popular English idiom used to describe two items or concepts that are fundamentally different and cannot be practically compared, arsehole. Which one do you prefer, an apple or an orange? As I say, a delicious apartheid, probably a 1980s original apartheid apple, because those were the ones I lusted after the most. By the way, I am very much against apartheid, as indeed was my mother. My mother boycotted South African produce in the 1980s, and as we know, denying a child something just makes them want it even more. Eddie, do you know this? Would you use any of it for a remote? What's this? What's this? Oh, Paul Sykes! Is this a clip from In Bed with Medina when he talks about his... Oh, right! Paul Sykes. I recognise Paul Sykes from In Bed with Medina, the Bob Mills show, where the late night Bob Mills show, where he'd play old clips. And Paul Sykes, it was a documentary called My Sons Are Grass, and Paul Sykes had... He said he was going to murder his own son because he was a grass. I'll punch him in the ear hole. That's it. Yeah. Hang on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at Paul Sykes.
I'm a wonderful citizen. How do you think I've got this house and where I'm living now if I wasn't? They've given me this council.
Hang on.
We've got this is the best little city on earth. How do I know? I've been everywhere else. I'm here now, right on the family patch. Yeah, I know where it is. I've been. Nobody can tell me anything. I don't read Daily Mirror and Sun. I go and have a look. I go and have a look, and I've lived in the forests of North America, I've lived in the outback of the Ivory Coast, I've lived in India and Russia. I had my breakfast in Moscow, and my tea in Wood Street, Nick. Yeah, I've been about a bit. I'm the only man in the history of mankind that has swum across the Straits of Johor. I had to avoid a police launch. It was either that or Changi, Nick. They've got me passport in Singapore. Yeah, I swam it. Yeah, nobody's ever done it before, not because of the currents or anything like that. Nothing like that. It's sharks. It's not shark infested, but none of the locals go paddling. Yeah, I swum it. I know about sharks, yeah. I'm 6'3" and 16 stone, 200 weight, yeah, I'm swimming. These pumps were hanging around my neck when I done it, yeah. I thought, well, Jaws are the conditioner, I know how to condition people, yeah, Jaws, boom, 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 yeah. They're just flying about. You've got to know how job works here. Sharks, they'll have a look at me and think, yeah, I know how to do them. You punch them right in the fucking ear hole and they swim off.
That's it. If you see a shark, just punch it right in the fucking ear hole. Yeah, that's his catchphrase. That's what he's going to do to his son, the grass. When I see him, I'm going to punch him right in the fucking ear hole. Have you ever asked someone for their autograph? Yes, obviously. Ron Lobeck, that's the one I remember. Oh, in fact, hang on. I've got a better autograph story than that. Sorry, Ron Lobeck. Where's my Daley Thompson autograph gone? Right, hang on. Have I been burgled? Has my Daley Thompson autograph been swiped? I can't tell a story about Daley Thompson's autograph without showing you Daley Thompson's autograph, or you'll think I'm lying about having Daley Thompson's autograph. I'll have a look for it. I was 11 at Crystal. We were on a school trip to Crystal Palace to watch the Athletics, and Daley Thompson, who was he a gold medal? Wasn't a decathlon, isn't it? He was the gold. Was he the 1984 gold decathlon gold medalist? He was, wasn't he? He was down on the stands in a kind of advisory role. And me and my mates were quite bored, so we went all the way down the steps in this empty stadium. There was almost nobody there, and just started shouting, "Daley, Daley, 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 Daley!" Absolutely ignoring us. Daley, Daley. Daley just went on. Daley. We really did have nothing better to do. And the more he ignored us, I mean, come on, Daley, mate. Have you ever met 11... Yes, Alan, Dan. Have you ever met bored 11-year-old kids before who have got nothing better to do? Yeah, you just give them what they want, mate. Daley. 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 He came over. Of course he came over. He had to come over. We were yelling at him, and then what remained of the rest of the stadium. As soon as he came over, everyone else stood up, and then came. But we were the first. And I will have to locate that autograph and show it to you. Otherwise, you might just think of me as a big phony, but that's my favourite autograph anyway. The Nagging of Daley Thompson. Watched a documentary about Daley Thompson. Was on fairly recently. He's Brexit, isn't he, Daley? But it had Tory scumbag Sebastian Coe talking about. When they were both in it might have been the Moscow Olympics, actually. It was either the Los Angeles or the Moscow Olympics. They weren't competing against each other. They were in different disciplines, but obviously both from Britain. And Sebastian Coe said that Daley Thompson won his gold medal. And he said, I went up to Daley and said, congratulations, Daley, on your gold medal. Well done. And Daley Thompson said to him, do you really mean that? And Sebastian Coe said, yeah, of course I do. And Daley Thompson went, oh, it's just whenever you're competing, I always want you to lose. Not necessarily because he hates Sebastian Coe, although that would be perfectly valid, because he wanted to be the only one with a medal. He didn't want anyone else from Britain to get a medal on the track. He wanted to be the only one with a medal. Said he'd be the extra most special boy. Yeah, I just found it quite funny that Sebastian Coe has nursed that grudge for 30 years and ready to die. Anyway, so yeah, that's autograph. We're ready to. There's plenty more questions, by the way, and I'm delighted to have found a bit of a narrative thread for today's stream. But we've got some work to do. We've got to land at Moho. We've got to land and rescue our team. So let's get this landing trajectory lined up. So what's good about Moho is there's no atmosphere. So where we're going to land is where we're going to land. I don't have to sort of factor in atmospheric drag or anything. Okay, so 1 minute 15 seconds until our next node. Okay. What's the next question then? What do you think happens when we die? Don't know. If you'd asked teenage me, I would have said with absolute concrete certainty, nothing. The answer now, as always happens with old people or as you get older, is now a very, very firm don't know. Presumably, by the time I'm 60, I will be a fully signed up and baptised Roman Catholic, praying my way out of limbo and purgatory, hoping to enter the sweet, sweet kingdom of heaven. Just as you, well, I say you get more right wing as you get older. I don't think I have actually, but you definitely get more agnostic as you get older. I think probably out of necessity. Right, here comes our node, and fire that node. All right, so we can see. Here we go. Raw into Moho disaster. We can see here. Here are our pals. We're currently doing a minor course correction to land, but here we go. Cut. Okay, so if I set them as my target, and we're going to want to go retro on this when we're right above them. Those Gnostic yokels. By the way, whenever I think of agnostics, I do think of the episode of South Park where Kenny and his sister get fostered by a strict agnostic family. Right, okay, I'm going to stop talking about metaphysics just for a moment because we're about to land. Okay, so we're currently travelling at 720 metres per second. We need to slow this down, don't we? We are... Here we go. Here comes our landing spot. We've got a supplementary engine here for this specific purpose of slowing down. So I'll be jettisoning that. Right, let's fire. Okay, I'm going to overshoot. This is going to be an overshoot. That's a shame. We're going to overshoot by quite a way. Oops. There's the mohole. See it? There it is. And there, I believe, is Lisby. Yeah, there she is. There's Lisby on the side of the mohole. As we sail over it. Shite. Do I have a save state? think I might have to reload because that was a catastrophe. Can Lisby get to the chopper in time? All right, here we go. How far? Oh God, there was a quick save. I just saved it too late. Shite. Okay. All right, we're going to have to deal with this situation then. All right, fine. Fine, fair. Okay. The strict agnostic thing's a joke. I'll play you the clip in a bit. Okay, so, all right. So we're just going to try and slow down as best we can, but fairly ineffectively. Actually, my monopropellant might help. Okay. No, that is a disaster. I saved it far too late. Okay, fine. Let's see how I can manipulate time to make that work better. Quick save, what was that 11:42? When did I save before that then? 11:43, 11:42. Where are my backups? 11:20. Oh my God. 11:20, that's too... All right, I think we're going to have to do it a different way then. I think... Shite. I think I'm going to have to reload and come round again. I think we're going to have to abort this landing and come round for another orbit. So yeah, what do you think happens when you die? No idea. Absolutely no idea. If I... Oh, actually, we need to fire prograde if we're not going to crash then. Really balls this up, you know. Okay. Oh man, I've really stuffed this landing quite badly. Okay. Give me a moment. Maybe 11:32 is the best option. Okay, fine. I'm going to rewind time a little bit and try and do this better. Let's see where I went wrong. Oh. Life may very well be a simulation, but there's no point worrying about it, is there? There's nothing... the way I see it is simulation or not, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter if it's a simulation or real life. It doesn't make any difference to us either way. So, you know. How could I sum up how could I sum up how I feel about that? Oh, I know.
But I ain't spending any time on it.
Right, so I've just reloaded, and oh, good. Oh, yeah. This is fine, actually. This is fine. So this is after we separated. Oh, this is fine. Fine, fair. All good. Okay, fucking great. Actually, that's good. Right, so let's put a new maneuver node in. and we'll do that. There we go. So there we go. So there's the mow hole. We can we can literally see. There's the mow hole. There's Rawin. There's Lisby, and we'll be flying right over the mow hole there. Okay. Okay. Yes, I am going to save this once I've done these calculations. Okay. 254. Right, let's try that. So I'm going to save it here. Do I find that playing this makes me comfortable with the enormity of the cosmos? I find the insignificance in the cosmos incredibly comforting. I really do. Knowing that no matter what you achieve or don't achieve in your life, whether you're Isaac Newton or whether you're Isaac Newton or Stephen Mulhern, whatever you achieve or whatever you don't achieve, it is of absolutely no consequence to the planet Neptune. The planet Neptune will continue to exist and will be in no way affected by anything that you will ever do in your life or anyone else. I find that liberating more than anything else. People find it depressing. I find it great knowing that there is no, or believing that there is no cosmic plan. There are no expectations and there is no judgment. Everything that we do is basically just sitting on the ground going making bubbles of our spit. It really doesn't matter. I like that. Nothing matters, have a lolly. Yeah.
If this food comes as a gift from some divine intelligence, we understand that an intelligent being cannot blame us for questioning its existence. Nobody knows, nobody can know if any deity is watching over us. Amen.
Except for Karen's guardian angel.
What?
Oh, hang on. That's the wrong bit. Forget it. What's the next question? Oh, that's easy. Favourite action movie? Die Hard. That's an easy one. There are obviously, I love my action movies. There are many contenders for the the favourite action movie. But my answer is Die Hard, and that's that. Aliens. Now is Aliens. Now I was thinking about this because I was thinking I probably prefer Alien 1 to Aliens, but Alien 1 famously is more horror than sci-fi. But yeah, so you're probably right. Aliens is probably more action than sci-fi because there's not really a lot of science in Aliens, is there? It's Fury Road. Really? What favourite of all time? Mediocre. That's not mediocre. It's good. Interesting. Yeah, Die Hard for me. I mean, I could recite Die Hard to you. I do go Christmases without Die Hard, but they're not quite. There's something not quite right about a Christmas without it. Like Ghostbusters might have been in there, but that'd be my desert island film. I think Die Hard. I don't think I'd ever get tired of it. Die Hard and Home Alone, two thematically similar films. Right, I'm going to do my landing burn now, and I hope this works. Here we go. Right, so here we are again. Remember this? Right, let's hit the retros. So here we go. We are now heading towards... Whoops. We are now heading towards our fellow Kerbals. And thankfully, it looks like... I don't need... I'd say Home Alone's an action movie. I mean, I don't know what else it would be, really. Torture porn, like Saw. Sort of PG Saw, maybe. Yeah, I'd say that's fine. I was wondering about The Empire Strikes Back. But Star Wars is kind of its own category to itself, isn't it? Because it's not science fiction, because there's virtually no science in it at all. It's a space fantasy, isn't it? Well, I'd say fantasy. I'd say if you're going to be as broad as you possibly can, I would put the Star Wars films in the same category as Lord of the Rings. Is Lord of the Rings an action film? Space opera, yeah. Although space opera is such a kind of obsolete science fantasy, yeah, possibly. But it's far more fantasy than, say, Star Trek, which obviously Star Trek has or Doctor Who, which has a layer of made-up science over it. Right, we are now heading... Let's deploy our legs. Ooh, pardon. And let's get this thing landed. So again, I think I've buggered this up again, haven't I? In fact, not only have I buggered this up, we are about to crash. Luckily, I quick saved it. This is a tricky landing. Look at this terrain as well. Should I I'm going to up the gamma a bit. It's looking a bit dark on my stream thing. Yeah, so this is how badly this attempt has gone. So we need to get back to the drawing board on that one. Okay, I'm just going to up the gamma on the picture a bit. Hang on. Not that much. Like that. How's that? There we go. Favourite smell now. I've got an answer to that I would tell anyone. My favourite smell is probably, and I know it's a bit on the cheesy side, but I just like the evolution. I like the way what it does to my lizard brain. I love the smell of freshly cut grass after the rain. I know that sounds a bit on the predictable and sappy side. I love the fact that that's tens of hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. Putting dopamine into my brain. As I'm sure you know, that smell is delicious to us because it's telling us where the fresh food is. By being able to smell the chlorophyll, our brains know that we can go into that direction for some delicious greenery. So I do very much like cut grass, just as I say, because it reminds me of where we came from. Unfortunately, I've got a much more unacceptable answer to the question. Right, so I'm going to do this burn, by the way, at the 2-minute 45 second, at the 2-minute 45, and I'm going to hope that this burn is enough to get us landed. This really is going to be a lot of trial and error to try and get this bloody thing landed on this planet. Why is rain stirring up dust after a hot dry spell such a nice smell? As I say, you're smelling the released chlorophyll, and your squirrel brain is telling you that the fresh the fresh leaves and the fresh shoots are that away, and it excites your brain because it means you can now go out and go foraging. Asphalt and concrete. I really like the smell of petrol. The word for that is about rain on hot concrete. Got hot concrete just makes me think of that Woodstock '99 festival. God, can you imagine what that would have smelt like? I've got a really unacceptable answer to what is my favourite smell, and you're not going to like it. I am, unfortunately, and I have to confess, a perversion. I'm one of those people who really enjoy the smells of my own gas. I'll be honest with you, hiding underneath my duvet with a stomach problem, if I've got something really wrong with my guts, getting under a duvet, sealing the duvet tight and just filling the atmosphere with the smell of my insides would be an afternoon brilliantly spent. I would love that. That's not an acceptable answer to give to anyone, of course. So 2 minutes 45 was not, in fact, what I wanted. Okay. Okay, I'm going to reload. We will land this eventually. So yes, my nice answer is the smell of chlorophyll after the rain. My unacceptable answer is the stench of my own guts in a contained space. Sorry about that. Sorry.
A blue for you, Catherine. Blue. Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
When I think about saying these things on a live stream, sometimes I just start thinking, what have I done? What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
That's right. Okay, so 1 minute 30. I'm going to hit the retros at 1 minute 30. No, I'm not. I think I need more height. Actually, you know what? Sod this. I'm going to reload and I'm going to give... I think the problem is I'm coming into this landing at far too acute an angle. And by the time I've lost speed, I've also lost height. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to point this prograde. And let's get a decent height over the ground. Yes. That's it. Do that. Okay. In fact, I might even save this and then get rid of this maneuver node and get a new maneuver node. Here. And that says I should burn at the 3 minute mark. Okay, let's try that. What's your least favourite smell? Now that is easy. The smell of my dad's, the back seat of my dad's car, leather, oh God, hot leather seats on a hot day on a winding drive in the countryside with the smell of my dad's leaking exhaust, burning oil in the exhaust. Hang on, the smell of four-star leaded petrol burning on my dad's exhaust on a hot day on leather seats. That is probably the worst smell I can think of. balls this up again. That's probably the smell that's most likely to make me want to be sick. Weirdly, overly sweaty, salty stockings. Woof. Woof. Pardon. I'll make your stockings salty. I'm sorry. It's the heat. Give you some salty stockings. Are we still on favourite smells? Lols. Okay. Are we talking Fanny? Linden trees, yeah. That's more of a troubling. I find smelling linden trees more of a troubling smell because I worry that I've had some sort of disgusting spunk accident. Oh man, I'm so hot. I shouldn't be talking about spunk accidents. It's a bit like, you know, when you see a policeman and you suddenly try and think about all the crimes you might have committed. When I smell linden trees, I think, oh God, is that anything to do with me? Is that my smell? But yeah, linden trees aren't great. Pineapple linden. Should try that one day. I've got I might have a bit of time to myself in a few weeks, so maybe I should do some experiments with pineapple. Maybe I should keep that as an internal monologue. Question 10, exercise, worth it? Seems a bit silly. I'm not an exercise person. I don't exercise, but I am also very aware that my body is decaying, my arteries are firming, and my muscles are atrophying. So I would say exercise is worth it, yes. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean it's not worth it. Question 11, flat or sparkling? Well, it would depend on context. If I'm at a restaurant, well, obviously if I'm at a restaurant, I'm not mad. I'll just have tap water, obviously. If tap water isn't... if for some insane reason tap water isn't a possibility, I will go sparkling just because if I'm paying for it, I want some sort of novelty. I can get flat water anywhere, you know. At least sparkling has got some carbon dioxide judged into it. At least I'm paying for the carbonisation. So yeah, I will go for sparkling. I'll give you some British cultural integration. God, I'm so quite aggressively horny. That's also not a vibe that I think benefits this channel. Sorry about that, Cholera. No, sparkling because if you're going to pay for it, I want bubbles. Most used app on my phone. Most used app. It's probably the Blue Sky app, which is pretty sad. I'm still clicking on social media hoping for something to entertain me. So if I pick up my phone, just sort of, WhatsApp. I'm trying to hope that it's not WhatsApp, really. If I'm picking up my phone in a kind of idle, I want to be entertained, and I'm probably clicking on Blue Sky. For you, it's this one, Twitch. Nice. That seems more healthy somehow, doesn't it? See some bit of the real world. Maps gets a lot. I still get a thrill out of looking at my own GPS. By the way, in case you're wondering, this landing is going much better. What I did about 5-10 minutes ago was changed. I blasted the engine's prograde to get us some more height. So now we've got much more. We were skimming these mountains, and well, as you saw, we were crashing in. Now I've actually got some height over the landing site. We're able to slow down much easier, and in fact we will be able to hover. So this is going well. I believe that. The fucking BMW app that launches whenever I get in the car, sending off that sweet, sweet location data. Sorry, I'm being a dick. Sorry. Although, you know, if you've got a swanky car. I can't even drive. Oh, we appear to be landing. I wasn't planning on landing, but that appears to be what's happening. Oh. Ah. Have we run out of fuel? Yeah. All right. Okay. So that trajectory was good. The fuel requirement was bad. Okay. So jettison this. There we go. And activate this engine. Whether or not we can actually take off again is another question. Okay, deploy the landing struts. And here we come. We are on our way down, and I think we're going to crash. I don't think this engine is good enough for landing, and I think we're going to hit the ground very, very hard indeed. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. But we are quite close to doing this, but crucially not quite close enough. And wallop. Yeah. So much for the rescue. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Quick save. Okay. Okay. That wasn't so bad. We could probably... Yeah. Why don't we move the maneuver node? Why don't we move the maneuver node back? Extend that out a little bit. Or is that just bollocks? Do I not want to do that at all? Do I just want to go above them and hover and drop? I probably do want to do that, don't I? And that's going to be... Okay, let's try that then. What's the next question? You get one song to listen to for the rest of your life. What is it? So this is a weirdly personal move the maneuver node, maneuver it into the right position. So it's a bit of a weird one, that one, isn't it? Because it's usually quite a personal thing. I was just thinking, is there any... Because I was thinking, what's like a really fun track that I like? The Reverend Black Grape, It's Great When You're Straight. You know, that would be a fun tune to have. Oh, by the way, if you get one song to listen to for the rest of your life, that doesn't mean you listen to that song in a continuous loop. It's just that whenever you want to put music on, you just have that one song. If it was pop, I would say, actually, In the Name of the Father by Reverend Black Grape, because it's such a stupid, daft fun album. That entire album is such fun. It would cheer me up. But it would probably be Funky Drummer James Brown. Nice. It might be a Mozart Requiem, a really long Mozart, one of his Requiems that he did. They're good. I like them. That might age better than Shaun Ryder. It's the age-old choice between Shaun Ryder and Mozart. But that'd be it for me. Okay, so if I go to burn time. So what do we want? So we want to start the burn on 140, don't we? Okay, do the burn now then. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Question 14, and funnily enough, I got this right. Colbert said what the correct answer is. What number am I thinking of? Nope, not 1. Nope, not 69. We're all only thinking of number 1. The answer, apparently, he revealed that in his last show, was 3. 420. Oh yeah, I see you. I bet you do, you old stony bollocks. Yeah, 3 was the correct answer, but I was quite pleased that I 6-7. I was going to get that clip of Charles Hawtrey doing it, wasn't I? Oh, and there's only one left. Describe the rest of your life in 5 words. Hot, 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 hot. Yeah. $10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There you go. Every weekday until I die. Full of pie, then die. That sounds better. I'll have that one. Anyway, that was the Colbert questionnaire that he asks all the celebrities, and that provoked literally minutes of discussion between me and the wife. So thank you for that, Stephen. Had all my sex earlier. No, thanks. I filled up before I came here. Okay, so our orbit is getting Margot Robbie. Margot Robbie's had work done, and I am devastated. I saw a picture of Margot Robbie. I know, obviously, criticising women's looks really isn't on, is it? But I'll just carry on doing it anyway. I saw a picture of Margot Robbie yesterday and thought, Margot, no! Why? I know. But, I mean, come on. So, live on Kick from tomorrow. Yeah. Eddie judges women, live on Kick. This afternoon on Kick, Eddie challenges women's bodily autonomy. Okay. Are we dropping like a stone? We are dropping like a stone. Well, hey! Thank you very, very much, Chivalro. Thank you very, very much for the follow. And above all else, welcome. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated. Cheers. I'm still not sure if I'm going to... Oh, we might do this. We are landing annoyingly far away. Ooh, spam caller. We are landing annoyingly far away from them. That's my only worry. Let's try and propel this ship towards the landing site a bit more. Okay, let's just bring this into land. I'm not going to try and do a precision landing because, let's face it, I've been trying to land this thing all morning. Let's just bring it down. So here we go. We are making our final descent. Oh, I should get my surface. Where are we? Okay. Impact time. Okay, let's do a death dive, and when it's impact time at 10 seconds. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Down we come. We've landed, or we're landing annoyingly quite far away from... Oh, what thunderstorms, really? Oh, come, bring it on. Absolutely. Right, anyway, here we go. Here we come into land, landing on Moho. Here we are, and engines off. Right, good. Good. That is us landed. That's the rescue craft landed. Now, we have more issues here. We've burnt a lot of fuel making that landing. I don't know if we're going to have enough fuel to get back into orbit. Hey ho, one way to find out. Okay, so good. No nearby. Oh, great. So they're too far away for us to switch our focus. Okay, let's... Fine. Let's do this then. Let's go to Lisby Kerman. Innocent Lisby. She can babysit my kids anytime. Okay. Lisby's long walk. Yes. Ah, here we are. So this is... Oh, that's a pretty... Oh, look at that. So this is Lisby. This is the Mohole. Lisby's long walk to freedom, as sponsored by the Guardian newspaper. So this is Lisby over the Mohole. There's the Mohole itself. The Mohole that goes deep into the core of the planet and indeed narrows itself down to a triangle thinner than she is. A one-way trip into two-dimensional space. Lisby truly has been where no Kerbal has been before. Good for her. She's had a rough old time. Have we got a report here? Moho's North Pole. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Did you take a surface sample? Yeah, she's got a surface sample. Great. Okay, so let's get Lisby heading back to the rescue ship. Where's that then? Oh, it's that. Oh, God. That's not good news. The rescue ship is on the meat relay is on the other side of the mow hole. There you go, Lisby. You've just got to fly across the mow hole to get there. I'm not sure she's got enough propellant. There we go. A children video with that of children in them. Just that kind of loose kind of flopping. All right, Lisby, are you ready to stare? Oh, she's doing a little salute. Not so keen on spontaneous salutes these days. They seem to have lost their charm. Okay. Are you ready to stare deep into the abyss and fly over the mow hole? I'll take that as a yes. All right, Lisby, we'll just quickly save. Off you go. Oh, hang on, she needs to jump, doesn't she? There we go. Woof! All right, try not to look down. Yeah, don't. Of course, if your propellant does fail now, Lisby, you are going to go into that. You will be entering the second dimension. The camera's rotating like this because we're right at the North Pole and the camera doesn't know what to do. She is about to run out of propellant. If you will excuse me, I am going to stick a little infinite propellant sheet on. I don't feel great about it, if that helps, but let's face it, we've been on Moho long enough. Let's not make life too difficult for ourselves. Okay, so here she comes approaching the rescue ship. Has it crashed? No. Okay, good. Okay, here she comes. She does appear to be coming in at a deceptively high speed. That's all right. It's nothing she can't bounce her way out of. You know, she's been through worse. Presumably she's had a few kettle full of boiling water and sugar. You learn to dodge those after a while, don't you? Here we go. And approaching the rescue ship. You know, you got to learn to duck. And do you think you can? There we go. That's it, Lisby. Very, very nice, actually. You can wait for your colleagues to arrive. By the way, your colleagues do have a few questions for you. A few inconsistencies with records and such. Okay, the meat relay has landed. Right, Rawin Kerbal. Now, I'm going to just assume that there's no way of getting back into our ship, into our wrecked ship, and flying that towards the rescue ship. I'm just going to check that it's... Yeah, that does not look like... That doesn't look like that's going anywhere, does it? Do you want to just very quickly just check? Just check that there's absolutely no way we can get this ship up and running again. There we go. Can't board a full module. Oh. Don't smash. Actually, you can smash whatever you want. We're about to abandon this. We're about to abandon this ship on this fucking planet. Okay, can you board? Can't board a full module. Grab and board. Okay, so Oh yeah, I was going to abandon. Let's abandon this science thing. Let's undock the science module. Off that goes. Now there might be, using propellant, there might be a way of forcing this back onto its legs again. Hey. Oh, there was a way of forcing it back on its legs again. It turns out. Oh, I've still got infinite propellant on, haven't I? I don't want infinite propellant on because that is cheating. Okay, infinite propellant is off. Can we propel this? Can we get this ship headed towards full power? Oh, shite. Hang on. No, the answer's no. We can't. Oh, God. Did anyone die? This is... No, this is not a practical... This is not a practical way of getting about, is it? It really would be less effort to walk. That said... Oh, this isn't... No. No. Are we moving at all? No. Are we likely to fall into the mow hole? Yes. Oh, I see. So, yeah, the thrusters themselves aren't enough to be in any way reliable. All right, let's do this one by one. Bob, you're up. No buggering around, Bob. We just need to get you over there as quickly as possible. That doesn't look healthy, does it? That doesn't look great. In fact, just get away, Bob, before it explodes. So we are avoiding the mow hole. We're getting closer to the rescue craft. Okay. Yeah, talking of work being done, talking about judging women on their looks, because that's what people want, isn't it? I don't know if you saw in Lucy Letby's favourite newspaper, The Guardian. I don't know if you saw the interview with Anna from This Life. It was a very popular drama series in the mid-90s, iconic drama series of the late 1990s. And she was briefly one of the most sort of famous actresses. She gave up acting pretty soon afterwards. And there's a picture of her as she is now, as a woman in her mid-50s. And she looks nice. She looks normal. She looks like a normal, ordinary human being. And I was just, as always, with... Oh, here we go. Are we going to impact the ground really hard? Oh, Jesus, Bob. Oh, that's an injury. That really did look unpleasant, and I'm very, very sorry. Daniela Nardini, yeah. But yeah, it's a picture. She's a therapist now because obviously, I mean, I'm not going to get too sarcastic because, you know, at least it's a growth industry. But yeah, she's a therapist now. She's given up acting and she hasn't had any work done, and she looks like a nice, ordinary human lady. 1 second, please. Hello. So I thought that was my wife telling me not to objectify women again. What are they like, eh? Newt from Aliens is always the other example I use. If you ever... Because Newt from Aliens, she did Aliens and then that was it. She also just looks like a normal human being lady rather than a mask of Botox. Anyway, you know, it's their choice. They can do what they like. But Margot, you'd have aged brilliantly. Oh, well. When we were watching the last Stephen Colbert, he had a whole medley of... she produces her own films as well, yeah. There was a medley of celebrities all lining up to kiss Stephen Colbert's rear end. And it really did... We were watching it, and it really was a gallery of work. Men and women, I hasten to add. Like Jeff Daniels has had... He sort of looks like a latex Jeff Daniels. Bobby De Niro's work's interesting. Obviously, men, because of misogyny, men have a much easier time getting work done because you look at someone like Gordon Ramsay, I'm pretty sure he's had extra crags. He's had extra crags surgically inserted just to make him look even more craggy. Men get away with just having work done that just kind of solidifies their craggy skin. And thus it tends to look still ridiculous, but less kind of mask-like. Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill looks great. But of course, he front-loaded all of his cosmetic work by getting into a horrific car accident in 1978. So Mark Hamill's looking fantastic at the moment, but obviously Mark Hamill's face is a rolling, ongoing 45-year project. But yes, the work, me and the missus are really fascinated by the work that men have done versus the work that women have. As in, you know, what are the expectations? I'm convinced in 20 years' time, when whatever work is done to people's faces is going to look 100 times better than the work now, probably some sort of creepy genetic stuff, all the people who've got pig semen pumped into their faces are going to be kind of the pitiable generation. Have gone the same way as white lead paint and powdered wigs. AI avatars by then, yeah, you're probably right, actually. Absolutely. People just turning up to work, getting white dots painted over their face, and then get the computer to do the rest. God, that's something I watched and got very sad about. We were watching Top Secret, the Zucker brothers, Abraham Zucker film with Val Kilmer. One of Val Kilmer's earliest works, interestingly. All singing, all dancing. Val Kilmer is so good in that film. Weirdly, because I watched the Red Letter Media review, I think, of Top Secret, and thought, Top Secret's a great film, I should watch it. I watched Top Secret, and then I realised that actually the Red Letter Media basically took all the best bits. If you watch the Red Letter Media review of Top Secret, you kind of see all the best bits of Top Secret because they filtered it, basically filtered it out. It's all right as a film. I slightly hyped it up to my family. Oh, hang on, is that our ship rolling into a mohole? No, it's just rolling away. Oh, I'll see you later, ship. I'm sure. Future. Oh God, I need to get the science out of it. We've got loads of science trapped in that ship that I've completely forgotten about. Sorry, Jeb. We need to get... Hang on. Shit. Oh, man, I forgot about that. This is full of science. I nearly left that behind. Jeb, catch up with it. Catch up... Oh. Okay, it's fine. Oh. There might be some science left. Shit. I think there might be science left in it because the crew modules have survived. Oh, Christ. What have I done? What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
The science that was the point of the whole expedition. Yep, that's the science. That's the stuff. And I left it in this wreck. And then I let the wreck explode. Right, Jeb. Now, don't let it roll on top. Oh, great. Oh, great. Now his spine's broken. That's not... That's a grimace of agony, that is. That's not smiling, it's just a grimace of agony. Oh, okay. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That was a disaster. Should never have put me with that woman. Whose idea was that?
I don't know, I didn't see.
It was Sue, I think. They're just ridiculous.
Take data. All right, I am taking the data from these... modules. I'm very look. I'm at least happy that I remembered just before evacuating it for the last time. Is there? Oh, for fuck's sake! Hang on, Jeb. Could you if you just stand on top and just sort of land on it? That's it. Can we get take data? There we go. Right, Jeb's sorted it out. Well done, the scientists, by the way. Well done, Lisby, the scientist who forgot to pick the scientific data up. That really was... Ooh. That doesn't look healthy. Yeah, that really was your one job, Lisby. Apart from, basic babysitting. Okay. Well, Jeb... get back to the rest of the guys and just be as passive aggressive as you like. You've forgotten forgotten something, have you? Oh, I was just picking something up. Only all of our mission data. This is why Jeb's the most qualified. This is why you take Jeb along with you on these missions. Oh, yes, Val Kilmer. He's so full of life. Obviously gorgeous, funny, a great singer, a great dancer. He's really... I know, obviously, bless Val, had a reputation for being difficult. Was not the most popular man in Hollywood in the latter half of his career. Didn't make many friends on his way up. Bless him. Bless. But, as I say, hang on, shit. Oh, God, Jeb, are you going to be all right? Are you going to be all right? Brace. Oh, ow. Yes. I said ow, not Alfie. I like this. He's just fallen flat on his face, and they're just staring at him. That happened to me once. I was chasing after a balloon. When was this? This was about 6 years ago. My daughter's balloon bounced off, and I ran after her balloon. I don't know how I slipped, but oh, that's right. I had the balloon under my arm. I'd caught it, and somehow I slipped over, and I didn't put my arms out in front of me to break my fall. Hi guys, I've got some scientific data here. If that's, have you forgotten something, Lisby? Have you forgotten anything?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
No, don't worry, I bailed you out. Yeah, I had a balloon under my arm, and I had a fall. When you get to this age, you don't fall over; you have a fall. And because I didn't put my arms out, I hit the deck. I hit the deck on my shoulder. It properly knocked the wind out of me. It was one of those injuries that, as soon as I sustained it, as soon as I hit the deck, I immediately thought, "Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one." Straight away, it's like, "No, that's oof." Knocked the wind out of me. I must have just gone down like a sack of shit. I was just sort of lying there, sort of stunned on the pavement for a few seconds, and there was a guy. He was walking past me, and he saw me. I mean, I don't know if he thought I was simple or something because I had a balloon in my hand, but he saw a stranger just basically stack it and thump down quite hard on the pavement, and he just stood there looking at me. And obviously, you just assume, don't you, the sort of basic human interaction that he's going to go, "You're right, mate. Do you want a hand?" No. He just looked at me and carried on walking. Just to this day, I just think, what is it in your mind where you just observe another human being fall to the ground in quite a nasty way and just sort of look at it and think, that's a thing I've seen today. Right, off I pop. It was not London. That was in the county of Dorset. That was in Dorset, not London. Although, to be fair, I do have a friend who suffers from photosensitive epilepsy and spent a good 40 minutes unconscious on the streets of Hammersmith because people just assumed he was a drunk rather than that he'd had a very serious epileptic fit. He's fine. But to be fair to London, that is the sort of thing that might happen in London. Anyway, that's how I feel about these pricks looking at Jeb. Oh, yes. Sorry, I was moaning about Val Kilmer, wasn't I? Yeah, just looking at Val Kilmer being so full of youth and talent and beautiful and funny, and then just thinking in 40 years' time, his family are going to flog his likeness to an AI company so that they can reanimate his corpse. They can animate his corpse, his dead-eyed corpse, and then complain that it's not allowed, that his corpse isn't allowed to win Oscars. Experiments you've collected cannot be stored in this can. But I've stored some experiments. Okay, so if we climb down, if I let go, lovely. Right, that's all of our data stored. Okay, Bob, you're up. Get yourself in that lander can. Try not to break off any solar panels while you're at it. Grab and board. Lovely stuff. Rawin. No, actually, let's get Innocent Lisby because... Oh. Is a worry. Okay, good. Right, yeah, quick save. All right, let's get Innocent Lisby in first because she's got some slightly different data. She's got mohole data, so let's store that in this lower can, shall we? There we go. And can she board? She can board. Great. Rawin, you're up next. You're going to have to share with Lisby. I know. Just don't show her any pictures of your kids. But yeah, just watching young, beautiful, talented, funny Val Kilmer and just thinking of the hubris that some tech prick will say, oh yeah, I can recreate that. Oh, don't worry, I can... That's easily duplicatable. We can capture the essence of that performance. Anyway. Like 10 years ago that everyone agreed they hated that resurrected Peter Cushing in Rogue One, and nothing has been learnt. Right, good. So, no more whinging. That is everyone. Hooray, hooray, hooray. That is all of our scientists. 3 scientists and 4 scientists and a pilot. Bob, Sigbro, Rawin and Lisby, plus Jeb piloting. Excellent. Excellent. Great. We are now ready. Let's try and break orbit then. What I should have done on this lander, I should have made these legs detachable because we don't need them anymore. I should have been able to detach them and then that would have saved us some weight. Ah, well, I didn't do that, and it's too late to do it now. All right, let's see if we can break orbit of this, or if we can get into orbit of this planet. This is by no means guaranteed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. And let's get this pointing east as quickly as we possibly can. Okay. Yeah. Might want to reload. Sorry, guys. The engine has come off and you are going to die. Or maybe not. No, they're still alive. And thump. And... oh, there goes the... all right, let's just reload, shall we? Let's just reload. Let's try that again. Let's try and get a bit of height before we point it sideways. Off you go. Okay, now let's point it at a nice 90-degree angle. Might as well retract our landing gear. It will make it look better. Okay, now let's go on a nice, hard easterly direction and see if we can achieve orbit. Oh, actually, we don't want to achieve orbit going that way. We want to head south. We want a polar orbit. Of course we do. Mind you, when you're at the North Pole, isn't every direction south? Oh, well. Yeah, actually, I'd kind of balls that takeoff up. If we're just shy of reaching orbit, I can at least try it again. Okay. I'm using our manoeuvring thrusters as well in a fairly desperate attempt to get this up. Ooh, pardon. Jeb is the most easily pleased, yeah. I don't know why. He of all people should know how precarious their situation is. Okay, so I'm just easing off until we get to the apoapsis, and then I'm gonna hit it again at the apoapsis because it's the most efficient. Oh, they do have personalities. They've got courage and stupidity. I don't know. So they do visibly have different personalities, and like I say, they have courage and stupidity are their two character traits, and I think that affects how much they enjoy themselves. Okay, 7, 6, 5, 4. Hit it, Johnny. I wonder if I should. This is going to be so close. We've only got 200 meters per second left, but we might just achieve orbit. We might just do this. Okay. And we have cut the engines. We've just shite. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, there we go. We have just about by the skin of our teeth made orbit. Let's circularize this. Let's take them to the apoapsis and just expend the last of our fuel getting this to be a nice circular polar orbit. So off we go. I'm crediting some of that to the using our we've used up quite a lot of, in fact we've only got a quarter of our monopropellant left. I was blasting the monopropellant there just to give us an extra bit of zhuzh. Okay, fine. Anyway, here we are in a nice polar orbit. So, I mean, it's messy. You can see that we're not quite aligning with the other entities, but we are at least not going to crash into the ground. Leeds, Bristol and Ipswich. Yeah, again, the big city misses out. Ah! Now. Ah. I am going to have to reload. And I'll tell you why I've got to reload. Although we are in a nice polar orbit, we're in the opposite. There we go. This is where we're going. This is going round this way. We're going round this way. We're actually at a 90-degree angle to where we wanted to be. In fact, we are about to intercept our other ship, but our relative velocity is very high. So we took off in the wrong direction. Okay. Let's reload. What is the right direction to take off? So, as I say, at least I know we can reach an orbit. It is possible. But we should try and match the orbit of the vessel we're trying to intercept. So, what is the right direction? Where are we going? We're going to the KSS Fetch Quest 1. Okay. That is the target. And that target is currently at our 225 degrees. Is that right?
Right.
So if we take off at 225 degrees, will we follow this way? Upwards. We could just go straight upwards and then calculate it from there. Yeah, let's go upwards first. Good idea, Space Ben. Thank you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's just go. Let's head upwards. Let's head upwards until we're at an apoapsis of, let's say, about 10,000 metres. So we go straight up, Paula Abdul style, and then we can calculate the burn at the top of the apoapsis. Now, this is a much less... this might not give us enough oomph. It might well be, and is actually possibly probable, that we're going to... that by doing it... Hello, SanScan Pro. Excellent to see you again. I hope you're very, very well. I'm trying to rescue this lot from Moho. Right, so we get to our apoapsis here. And what direction do we want to go in? Oh, Christ. Oh, God. Okay, add a manoeuvre. Do we want to go in the opposite direction to that? I think so. So I think if we point this way, and it does seem to be going towards the target, if we point this way, we should head towards the target. Okay, hit it. Go. Let's see what happens to this orbit then. So I guess we should go this way, really. Probably should have pointed it up a bit more. Hey ho. I wonder if I'm going to have to use my mono propellant again. But this is the right direction, so I do at least know that 210 degrees is the direction we want to take off in. So if this doesn't reach orbit, I'll just orientate the ship to 220 degrees and send it that way. But that's good. This is now definitely heading in the right direction. Good, good, good. Okay. Let's keep going. So if we head this way, try and keep ourselves at the apoapsis as much as possible, it'll make for a more efficient orbit. Okay, not bad, not bad. I'm not sure. We've got 285 meters per second fuel left. I haven't touched the mono propellant so far. I'll kick that one in if we need it. There we go. So if I can sort of keep this dancing on the apoapsis, it keeps it as efficient as possible. Okay. I don't think we're quite going to make this orbit. No, not really. Let's use the monopropellant then. Let's get the monopropellant working. Right, that's the engines done. That's the fuel gone. But the monopropellant is fantastically more than enough. Excellent. The monopropellant is kicking us into a nice orbit. There we go. Let's turn the monopropellant off. And that's it. We are now in a very, very low orbit, but nonetheless just about fine. We are now officially chasing after the KSS fetch quest. Awesome. In fact, we're catching up on it, aren't we? And we're going to get closer to it here. Okay, excellent. In fact, here it is. Here is our destination. So we have no fuel left. We've just got the monopropellant, and we don't... Oh, we've got quite a lot of monopropellant. But yeah, here we go. Our target is moving... Is it moving towards us, or is it moving away from us? It's moving towards us at an astonishing speed. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, look. We're right underneath it. So what we want to do, really, we need more altitude. We need to match this orbit more than we have. Okay. All right. Oh, what have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
It's true, you know. So maybe when we're at our periapsis on the other side of the orbit, can we increase at this end, increase our height so our orbit is the same height? Yeah, that'll do it. And that's only 15 meters per second. Okay, that's not too bad. And the descending node minus... Oh, hang on. Is it going in the opposite direction to us? Yes. We've taken off in completely the wrong direction. When I said, oh, right, 210 degrees, what I meant was, what's the opposite of 210 degrees? 30 degrees. We're in the same orbit, but we're going in completely the opposite direction. That's why our relative speed is 1,500 meters per second. We're both whizzing around at an orbital speed towards each other like horrible, dangerous conkers. Yeah, that'll be a reload, but at least we know. Okay, so 30, did I say 30 degrees? 30 degrees. Right, we want to take off and orbit at about 30 degrees. Okay, fine. Now we know. Now we know. Thank God for reloading, eh? I know reloading's a little bit of a cheat, especially on a stream, but do you really want me to... Well, hey! William Darkstar! Thank you so much for the follow, William Darkstar. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated. Cheers and... welcome! Right, that's enough. Right, let's get this up again. So we're back on the surface and we want it to go 30 odd degrees. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Off we go. Let's get this pointing. Pointy birds are pointy. Anoint my head. Anointy. Okay. Where are we heading to? Where's our target? There's our target. We set that as the target. There we go. All right. So we'll wait till we're at the apoapsis and then, what did I say, 30 odd degrees or something, wasn't it? So that'll be about here. Pick those engines in. Am I just spinning around and round and round because we're at the North Pole? Yes, that's the problem. I'm fixing myself to a bloody compass direction, but because we're at the North Pole, compass directions are meaningless. Oh my God. All right, fine. Shit. Of course, when you're at the North Pole, every direction is south. Whether you want to or not, when you're at the North Pole, you can't help.
Occasionally, I dost venture south.
No, occasionally about it. Okay. Right. Let's try again. Right. Fetch quest. Set that as the target. Yes. So that's going around that way. Actually, I could just eyeball it, couldn't I? It's going over the mow hole in the opposite direction to where our mow hole is. So if we just cross the mow hole and carry on going in that direction, that's roughly the right direction. All right, let's do that. Let's navigate by eye. Sod the compass. Let's do this by eye. So maybe if we go this way, is this going to take us across the mow hole? Possibly. Okay. That's not a bad trajectory, is it? That's not bad. That looks about right. Okay, that'll do. Let's eyeball it. Okay, node, burn that node. Okay, so if we keep ourselves fixed on this target, my hope is that this should get us into the orbit we need. I think shoot this way. In fact, why don't I just point away from the target? Okay, so the target should be behind us now. So I'm going to keep riding the apoapsis to try and keep this burn as efficient as possible. Not too bad, not too bad. I really wish I could dump these legs, but tell that to me 2 days ago. Pitch it down a bit. We can pitch it down a bit. We want to get this circular and hugging the ground. Okay, good. We're right on the apoapsis now. We're right on it. Let's just keep firing and firing and watch our periapsis go up into positive numbers. When the periapsis is in positive numbers, that means we've achieved an orbit. We don't have to be exact, because obviously the other ship, the rescue ship, does have fuel of its own. There we go. Done it. We've achieved orbit and we've still got some fuel left over. How? Reloading and reloading until we got it right. There we go. Right, now we know. There we go. There's our blue orbit. We're now travelling at least in the correct direction. Now we're just shaving this bloody surface. I mean, we are cutting it fine in terms of not crashing into the planet. I think if someone sneezes in the wrong direction, we might impact the surface, but okay, as it is at the moment, fine. So let's wait until we get to our apoapsis. No, actually, sod that. Let's get to the descending node or the ascending node. Add a maneuver here. So let's get our inclination sorted and also our power. There we go. Maybe a bit of that as well. Okay, that's not bad. That is pretty much bang on. Okay. Fucking great. Okay. So, am I going to save it? I think I might be in a position to hit quick save, you know. Let's do it. Quick save. Okay. So the next burn. Oof, look at all this geometry. Oh, mind you, have we got some crew reports we can be doing? In space near Moho. Oh, it's all the bloody same. Okay, so we just need to align ourselves for the next burn, which should put us into a nice equal orbit with our target. Okay, so let's put stability on node in 7 minutes. Well, let's quick save and hurry up. No, we can't time warp because we're too close to the surface. What, really? Can't time warp at all. We just got to sit here in real time. Tell you what I'm going to do then. I'm just going to get myself a quick, refreshing glass of water.
You can drink your weak lemon drink now, or you can wait until later.
Anthony, people will always need plates.
If I don't survive, tell my wife hello.
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
Right, how are we doing? Oh, well, that passed a minute of our time, didn't it? We're going down. Oh no, we're not going down. We're heading towards a mountain, which is maybe worse, actually. Okay, can we speed up time yet? No, we're still not allowed to speed up time. How's it going, Liz B? Should we have a quick look? Yeah, that would make me shit myself. Looking down on that surface, knowing that only physics, knowing that only Albert Einstein is stopping my face scraping against that rock. Lynn's a bit loud. I can sort the loudness out. Hang on.
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
There we go. She's less loud now anyway. The reverb is a bit much. It's because she's dead. I thought I'd make her sound like a ghost. Respectful, you see, respectful. Hence the manifestation of the glow. Right, what are we doing? Are we in a position? Oh no! Oh! Hang on! No, we're still not allowed to. We're still not allowed to speed up time. Yeah, there's a frame of I've been sloppy on the splice. She's got about one frame of black at the splice point, and that's all I can see. So there will be a version 3 of Lynn. She deserves a version 3. And I'm being honest, Michael. How are we doing, Kerbals? You all right? You know you've only just escaped from this planet. We've still got, let's not forget, today has been, on paper, it's been a success, and I'm amazed that it's gone as well as it had. I honestly thought we wouldn't be able to get this back into orbit. I really did think, Christ, what have I done? But we've done all right. We are still stuck, completely stuck on this oddball fucking planet, about 15,000 meters per second delta V away from getting home. We still got to send out another rescue ship. They're not getting home under this power. We're just trying to get them, well, just get them off the surface and into deepish space, really. Okay, so let's speed up time. Here we go. And it's not even a very pretty planet either. Hot and dry.
Oh, pardon.
Okay, are we ready to do our burn? I'll do a nice little countdown then in that case. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. No, sorry. Scrub that. What's that? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What a pro. The Russians have got the right idea. No countdown required. Just go when you're ready. Okay. You need a fetch quest to fetch the fetch quest. We absolutely do need that, yeah. Okay, right. We are now in the... Oh, wow. Look at that. Those two orb... Whoa! That's some good noding there. Come on now. That is... If that's not matching an orbit, I don't know what is. That is some sexy orbit matching. I've probably done it a little bit too well now, because now they're going to be basically synchronously... They're going to be in sync. Yeah, they're going to be in sync too much. If I... as in, they're not actually going to get any closer to each other. They're just going to remain at that distance. Well, okay, if that's going to be the case, then let's... What do I want to do? I could widen the orbit a bit. And then we can do it. Yeah, that's probably best, isn't it? Okay. Why don't I just go prograde here then? Let's go prograde and let's give it a quick blast to get us... Oh, apoapsis. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what's happened there. All right, so let's give this a quick blast to make that a bit bigger. There we go. Right. There we go. So I have slightly not... Having matched their orbits pleasingly, I have now given the meat relay a little bit more oomph. So it's on the outer track now, which means that the fetch quest, which is on the inside track, should catch up with us. So if I speed up time now, we should hopefully, yes, we should see these two ships gradually... Oh, why is it slowed down? Oh, because of the alarm. That's fine. So we should now see these ships slowly but surely, as they go round in their slightly different orbits, they should get closer and closer and closer and closer. One more revolution. Let's go round one more time. Let's go round one more time, shall we? Ah, that's it. Right. So, yeah, God, it is hot. It's starting to get... The sun has just come to this side of my flat as well. So there's my incentive to get this done. Okay, so on this current orbit, we are going to end up 9 kilometres apart. That's good. So let's now try and improve on that. Let's set up a node here. Here's where we're going to intersect. These orange arrows show where we're going to intersect. On our current course, we're going to be 9.6 kilometres apart at a relative speed of a very leisurely 32 metres per second. Now I'm going to just, at the other end of the orbit, I'm just going to make some adjustments. Yeah. Seven 7.6, 6.4, 5.2, 4.1, 3.2, 2.2. Okay, we'll leave it at that then. 200 meters then. If we go with this maneuver in 14 minutes time, it should ultimately place us. So what we're doing is, here's us, here's where we're going. We're going to go all the way around. We're going to travel all the way around this planet together, reach this opposite of where we're going to intercept, do a tiny little move, and then by the time we reach the other side of the planet, we will be 200 meters apart. So let's quick save and get to that node. Okay. There they are. Okay, so there is our destination, currently 33 kilometres away, and we're just going to do the most tickly, actually, it might even not, in fact, it's probably worth us doing this using our RCS rather than our rockets. Yeah, there we go. And we'll just... We'll just complete this manoeuvre like so. 2, 1. There we go. And that should be it. How are we doing? So that was that manoeuvre. Yes, 400 metres. That's fine. Great. So we are now drifting towards our target, and we will, without any intervention from us, we will get within 400 metres of it. So let's control this ship from the docking port, and let's tell the ship to point at the target. Where is the target? There it is. Great. So, quick saving again. Let's speed up time as we go around the planet and we watch the Fetch Quest 1 get closer and closer and closer. Our relative speed to the target is also going down. Oh, we've just flown over the mo hole, by the way. There we go. There's our debris from earlier. So we have completed a full orbit. And our destination is getting closer and closer. So, as I say, the closest it will get is 400 metres. So we can just watch this. As you can see, it's going to be quite hair-raising because they are lower than us. So there will be an element of pointing towards the ground and firing our engines, which will require arseholes of steel. Okay, 10 kilometres. 9 kilometres. 8 kilometres. 7 kilometres. 6 kilometres. 5 kilometres. 4 kilometres. And our relative speed's really low now. 3 kilometres. I'll close the deal at 1.5. 2 kilometres. 1.875. Right. Let's intercept them then. So let's point our way. So as before, the pink circle, I'm looking at the nav ball, by the way. The pink circle shows us where the target is. The green circle shows where we're going. We want those to be aligned. I'm actually going to do it the other way around. I'm going to push my retrograde towards my anti-target, which is the same difference, but a little bit less fiddly. There we go. Right, so we're now headed right towards them. Actually, if I point at them again, maybe... oh, God. How's our monopropellant? Oh, we've got loads of monopropellant. That's fine. All right, so let's point at our target. How are we... what's our closest... okay, that's fine. Right, let's just point at our target. And activate stability. And I'm going to switch to my RCS controls and use those to make sure that the nose, the prograde and the target all three of them are aligned with each other. Okay, so we're going towards them pretty slowly, actually. That's quite frustrating. Maybe can I speed us up a little bit? Come on, bit of cheeky bit of fuel. Come on. We're on a limit here. I do. Okay. So actually, you know what? I'm going to go retro on this one. Let's point in the opposite direction. So we're currently heading towards the target at 18 meters per second. We're 500 meters away. 450. I'll kick in the engines when we're about 100 meters and get us properly slowed down. We're 300 meters away. We can see the ship really clearly now. 200 meters away. You can see we're coming at it quite fast. Let's hit the retros. There we go. 5 meters per second, 4 meters per second, 3 meters per second. And we'll just ease a little bit closer. We're 100 meters away. We're 80 meters away. Okay. So let's face the target again. Let's face up to our responsibilities. Okay, let's switch to this ship. Now, this ship needs to face... Shit, where are we? Oh, there it is. Right, yeah. Target and aim at the target, if you'd be so good. Okay. So we'll get this lock. Okay. Let's switch back. So the ports are now facing each other. We're heading towards it fairly fast. I'm now looking solely at the nav ball. And I've just got to keep... Oh, Christ, we're coming in too fast. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Right, 0.4 meters per second. That's much better. Woof! Okay, so as long as we keep everything aligned, we should be docking very soon. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, they've bounced off each other. Come on, magnets. Come on, magnets. Do your thing. Stop kissing and there we go. Good, I didn't have to say stop kissing and fuck, which is, I don't think that's an official NASA expression. Great. Good. So we've now connected with what is supposed to be our rescue craft. Thank you very, very much, CSS Postal. Brilliant. Right, let's transfer what tiny amount of fuel we've got left into the new tanks. Like a sarcastic amount. There we go. That didn't take long. Let's transfer. Oh yeah. Now we've got science to transfer as well, haven't we? Let's transfer. How are we going to do this? Mark 1 lander can. Okay. And this is my KV2. Okay. So can I review stored data? Keep experiment. Am I going to have to get a Kerbal to just physically carry that from one bit to the other? I think I will. Okay, right. So, Lisby. Yeah, you. We know what you did. Could you just could you just take the data for me? Thank you. And if you could let go up to the next can and take the data from there. Thank you. And if you could just come to here and take the data from here. Awesome. Okay. So you've got all the data in your hand, yeah? Right. Okay. So try not to smash anything and get yourself climbed into one of these pods. Very optimistically, these pods had parachutes attached. I don't think we'll be using those. Store experiments. Already stored in this module. Okay. Well, can we store experiments in here as well? Okay, we've still got one experiment not stored. Really? Surface sample from Moho's North Pole already stored in this module. Oh, all right then. Oh, well, we won't worry about it then. Store all right, fine. Sod it. Sod it. Sod it. Okay, can you, Lisby, climb inside then, please? Is that a door? I don't think that is a door, Lisby. Try again. Maybe this is a door. No, that's not a door. Is this a door? This looks like a door. Careful of the bloody solar panels. Grab. The door's this side. We found the door, everyone. We found the door. Good. Oh. Experiments you've collected cannot be stored. Yeah, bored anyway. Right. Good. The rest of them don't need to EVA out. We can just do this. Mark 1 lander can... Transfer crew. Transfer. Is that it? Transfer crew. Transfer. Oh, right. And then I select... Okay, got it. And that's Bob moved to that. I see. Okay, so what about this then? We transfer the crew. Transfer crew. Jeb Kerman can get transferred to here. Good. Transfer crew. Sigbro can be transferred to here. Good. Transfer crew. Rawin can be transferred to here. No? Can be to here? Okay, good. So does that mean this can is empty? Does that mean this is all now empty? Yes. And so that means... Great. And that means... Review stored data. We've got stored data. We've got loads of stored data. Okay. So that means that the crew are now officially out of the lander. So if I save and then uncouple the lander, hopefully we don't have any stragglers. Is there anything else we need from this before? Oh, actually, monopropellant. We could... How are our monos? Yeah. Why don't we drain the monopropellant? Oh, because we haven't got any left. There is no monopropellant left. All right, fair enough. That's why we don't do that. All right, well, let's undock these from each other. Undock. Okay, and I'm just going to check. Yeah, this is unmanned craft. This is now officially a moon of Moho. This craft will now stay in orbit of Moho for the rest of time. Well done, Moho lander. Actually, you know what? As a lander, that Denarth performed well, didn't it? It landed beautifully. It didn't topple over or anything. Lovely wide legs. And also, to be fair to it, you've got to hand it to it. It did just about, by the very skin of its teeth, manage to land and take off and reach orbit again. So, what's its name again? The Mark II... Hang on, no, what's its actual name? What's the name of this vessel? Was it the meat relay? the meat relay, the KSS meat relay, we salute you. Thank you very much for looking after the crew. Okay, so here we are. We are now in orbit of Moho and we want to get home. We're not going to do that. We're not going to get home because we don't have enough power. But what we can do is we can try and get home. We can get part of the way home, and then someone can come and rescue us and take us the rest of the way. So, shall we plan our exit? So here we are. We're in the Moho system, and we want to get to Kerbin, or more accurately, we just basically want to get into this orbit. Kerbin is at a not eccentricity. Its plane of thingy is wonky. It's so hot. It's so hot. Its plane of, it's like the flatness of it is wonky. Oh, Jesus Christ. What have I done? What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
No, I can't remember the bloody term for it. Anyway, we're at a wonky angle compared to Kerbin, and we need to unwonk ourselves. Let's get ourselves out of this away from this goddamn planet. I'm sick of it. So let's go from the periapsis and just woof. Out we go into space. Right. Is that the best thing for us to do? We just go woof. No, that's going to take us into the sun. Okay. So that is the maximum amount of oomph that we've got. Orbital plane. Thank you, Spacemen. Thank you. Right, that's as much oomph as we've got on this bloody thing. But it can take us out this far. Okay. So we're not... Oh, you know what we could do? All right. Sod what we could do. Let's worry about that. Let's do this in stages. Let's worry about escaping. Flange miasma. Yeah, that was it. That was it, yeah. Let's worry about escaping this bloody planet before we try and think about anything smarter. Okay. So we'll point ourselves at this node. Right, everyone. I hope you've taken... Oh, look. Oh, bless. Our lander is still... could use a Eve gravity assist. Yes, CSS Postal. That is exactly what I was thinking. So what I'm going to do is... I'm going to get us out of Moho and then see what we can do with Eve. The problem is our orbital plane is quite far out with Eve. So I'm thinking, let's get away from Moho, sort out our orbital plane, and then if we've got enough oomph, have a look at Eve. But I think because I think Eve is on the same orbital plane more or less as Kerbin. So I think getting us on the same orbital plane is probably going to be the most useful in terms of rescuing us. So everyone, take in Moho. It's hopefully the last time any of you are going to see it. I doubt we'll be back. I think we've done it. I think we've seen everything we need to see with Moho. God, I tell you what, even looking at this sun is making me feel unpleasantly hot. Also, it's really starting to come, the actual sun is starting to come through this window with gusto now. Okay. So everyone have a good old look at your craters and your ridges. If you're not utterly sick of it by now. Oh, what's this? There's a bit of debris heading our way. What is this? Is this debris or is it a satellite? Mo's Hole 1 relay. Oh, it's the satellite. Oh, God, I hope we don't hit our own satellite. That's the satellite that we left in orbit of Moho so he can carry on spying on it. It's just about, funnily enough, that's just about to cross our orbit and come remarkably close. That is definitely, I think, what they would call a near miss. That's travelling at over 1,000 metres per second and it's whizzing just 10 kilometres away from our ship. There it goes. Whee! Or 7 kilometres away from our ship. Whee! If that had hit us, we would be dead. Space travel's a lot of fun, isn't it? Good. Claw capture to take its fuel. There is another ship in orbit around us with fuel, but obviously we're going to burn. We would burn more fuel to intercept it than we would get from it, so it is a shame. Okay, let's speed up time. In fact, no, it's not worth it. Well, I hope, are you all going to miss this featureless, barren, hot lump of rock? Or would you like to see your friends and family? Next episode, Robo refueled a soul orbit. Yeah, I'm going to build some sort of moon base with legs. Get a nice scientific moon base on the moon and have an orbital moon base and then set up a nice shuttle system between the two. Then stick, because the whole point of coming to Moho has been that these scientists get themselves leveled up, get the XP that they need to keep generating that sweet, sweet science. So ultimately, these scientists are heading towards a moon base to generate me some science. But they came to Moho for the experience, but stayed for the incompetence. Are we all right? We do seem to be heading towards the ground. What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
You do? No, can't warp faster because we are about to shave the top of a mountain. Okay. Can I get back to Kerbal in 8 minutes? Nah. So tomorrow's stream will be yet again. God, this Moho mission has taken the best part of a week, hasn't it? So tomorrow's stream will be rescue our brave Moho nauts from deepish space. But first off, let's get them away from this planet. What am I targeting? What's my target? Did I target No, what have I targeted? Have I still got the I've still got that other ship targeted. Oh, that's the yeah, we don't want unset that as a target. We don't need that as a target. Okay, fine. Where are we? 13 minutes. Can we? No, we're still shaving the mountains. We're only 3,000 meters above the surface at the moment. Our beautiful lander is still accompanying us. I feel quite bad leaving it behind. Little permanent marker. We are getting low. And we're still going down. Ooh, pardon. It says we're not going to crash into the ground, and I do have to believe that. How's the view looking, by the way? That is a tiny viewport. That's pathetic. You should make complaints about that. Is this... Hang on, is this the best view you get in the Mark 1 landing can? This is Jeb, I think, 'cause he's got orange on. So Jeb, the pilot, gets a shitty little... That ground does look worryingly close, doesn't it? But yeah, that's Jeb's view. Hello, Sonic Ginger. This is Kerbal Space Program 1, and we are on our way home. Hopefully. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. Right. Okay, so that's Jeb in his landing can. There's the other. So we're all crammed in here, all smelling each other's smoky bacon farts. God, can't even crack a window. What have we got here? And this is the... Oh, I see. This is the other landing can. They don't have... No, they still don't have a decent view. Although they do have crayons and duct tape. It's a bit strange looking at your own eyeball. Craning your eyeball around so hard you see your other eyeball. I wonder if anyone can do that in real life. Like Marty Feldman. Ugh. Right. Oh, good. We're gaining height again. Well, that's a relief. That's it, Jeb. Any last feelings about Moho? Any last kind of inspections we can do? Have you done an EVA report in deep space? Oh, look, that's a good one. An EVA report in space just above Moho's central lowlands. That's another 64 science. And we can transmit that back. Oh, no, we can't because there's no... Jeb does not have a satellite attached to him. But he has just got a little bit that really does look very close to the ground, doesn't it? But he has got more science. Good for you, Jeb. Please don't hit the solar panels. I can't be doing with it. Oh, actually, which pod did we come out of? Was it this one or was it this one? Hang on. Is this a door? Feels like basic EVA protocol was not followed here. Can we get back in again? No? Oh. What about in... Is this a door? I don't think this is a door, Jeb. No. No, you're going to need to get back in. Yeah, the computer says that we're not going to hit, but it's not stopping. You know, there's not a lot of conversation happening in the capture at the moment. Just a lot of very grim staring and breath being held. Jeb, can you... Oh, board. Oh, we nearly had it there. Christ. No. No. That's it. Board it now. There we go. Lovely stuff. No, we are still heading towards a mountain. Yeah. Maybe if I don't... Maybe if I face them the other way, then they won't have to look. They won't have to look at the ground. There we go. What they can't see can't upset them. Much better. Okay, can we speed up time yet? No, not yet. We are 2,500 metres above the ground. I hope someone's recording all of this on board, because this is probably... I know that we don't care anymore. We're absolutely sick of the sight of this bloody planet. But I'm sure it means something to somebody. So someone would appreciate all these humps. All right. Oh, well, we've reached our periapsis anyway, so at least we're on our way back out. God, you really can see. We really didn't leave... shitting hell. We really did not leave any margin for error in that low orbit interception, did we? That was not recommended. Okay, how are we doing? Are we able to escape yet? Come on. I've got to go to the chemist and get my antidepressants. I suppose I could go to the space centre, couldn't I? And oh no, I don't have time. I was going to say I could go to the space centre and start building rescue ship number 3.
But I ain't spending any time on it.
That was exactly my thoughts. Exactly my thoughts. Anyway, we're nearly there. We're 7,000 metres above. We're getting there. 9 minutes until we hit the node. Hello, Steel Winger, by the way. Yeah, I think this afternoon I might reload Crusader Kings III because I've got nothing to lose, and then just give away give away the 100 or so kingdoms that the Pope owns, and see if that speeds things up. The good old send a rescue to rescue the rescue. Yes, the Homer Simpson pulling his legs out of the quicksand of his hands and then pulling his hands out with his face. Hello, Dougaloon. Hello. I hope the temperature is clement where you are. I should say it a bit quieter. Our neighbours have put out a big pool out in the middle of the estate, and they're filling it up, and the neighbours are going to have a big splashy party, to which I'm sure I would be very, very welcome if I decide to invite myself. I'm not complaining about feeling excluded. I'm very much excluding myself, but I am sad about my own lack of it's just the joining in. I wouldn't mind sitting in their pool. It's just having to join in and make conversation. If I just sort of grimly just sort of get into their pool and just sort of sit there, my arms folded with some headphones on. Right. Accidentally pop it, yeah. Oh, sorry, did I sit on my keys? Okay, so I'm hoping when this hits 10,000, sit in it, pop it, blame it on someone else, leave. There we go. What? With no consequences for the future. Well, they definitely won't invite me next time. Are we 10,000 metres? Yes. Does that mean I can speed up time finally? Yay! I can speed up time finally. Right, burn time is 5 minutes. Oh, my God. Okay. Burn time is 5 minutes 18 seconds. So that means what? 2 minutes 40 from the node is when we want to do that. So let's time warp to our node. Let's do the time warp again. Okay. So in 1 minute, Kerbals, in 1 minute. Oh, God, get your nose pointed in the right direction for a bloody start. In 1 minute, we will be hitting... What, we're going to be pointing at the planet and hitting the engine? What, really, that's the plan? To point nose down to the surface and then hit the engines? Right. I might quick save before doing that. It doesn't... Yeah, it feels counterintuitive. Jeb Kerman assures us that this is fine, that pointing at the ground and hitting full power will actually get us home quicker. Let's take his word for it, shall we? Okay, so let's bring ourselves towards 2 minutes 30. All right, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, Lander. Hit it. Boom. See you later, Lander. Thank you very, very much for your service. You were a good lander, and we may be using you as a template. Oh, that's very kind of you, Dugaloon. Yeah, basically, we navigate on vibes here. People prefer facts, figures, and safety. You can get most of the way to anywhere just on vibes. Good. Right, so we are now leaving orbit. Is that right? Good. Yeah, here we go. We're on our way out. This represents freedom. So I think all we really need to do is get ourselves out of here and then try and adjust our orbital plane. I like the vibes when you're building the ship. The vibraphone, that is. God, I am so hot. The patter today is substandard, and I can only apologise. I'm sorry.
A blue for you, Catherine. Blue. Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
The patter today is hot, warm, and farty. Many apologies. Right, so our external tanks are now gone. Let's release the external tanks. Off you pop. Off you pop. There they go. And let's continue to leave. So we're now down to our last fuel, not counting our RCS, whatever it's called, monopropellant, not counting the monopropellant, which, to be fair, will probably make more difference than one would imagine. Right, good. We're on our way out. We're on our way out of the system officially. Excellent. Right, so I'm going to cut power. I'm going to let us drift out of the system. Let's target Kerbin. Let's set it as a target. And let's have a look at our ascending node. Okay, so we've got an ascending node here of 7.4. That's in 12 days' time. So let's try and see how much we can adjust our inclination with what little fuel we've got left. Oh my God, we don't have enough fuel to adjust our inclination. We can sort of, oh my God. Okay. Well, all right, we'll just have to do that. We're not even going to clear the orbit. We've just got about enough to sort of kind of adjust our inclination. Oh, well, it is what it is, I guess. 1.3. Yeah, we don't have anywhere near enough oomph to do that. Very well. Very well. All right, well, let's get ourselves warped there. We're leaving Moho for the last time. Let's watch Moho shrink into the distance. See you later, Moho. We've had some good times. That's a lie. We've had horrible times on Moho. We're never coming back. I need to get the Joker working again, you know. That's probably not been working for about a year. I can't even remember what was wrong with it. Okay, so farewell, Moho. Yeah, bye. See ya. Well, it's not really goodbye. It's more abiento. We are basically going to be staying in the vicinity just at a slightly less wonky orbital inclination. All right, let's get ourselves to our final node. Oh, it's too hot. It's too hot to be this close to the sun. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, right, okay, good. Right, here we are. So we are now at the ascending, more or less, at the ascending node to get us. Here we go. So you can see the inclination that we're currently at, or you can just about see it. This teal line here, as you can see, is wonky. We want it to be straight like this. We want it to be horizontal. So let's use up the last of our fuel and try and make that a reality. Off you go. And
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
There we go. So we're now burning the last of our fuel. And the next stage is to design the rescue craft for the rescue craft. Now, we've got nuclear engines, so it shouldn't be too bad. But what I do need to do is make sure I don't do what I did last time and it create a craft that takes 2 hours to perform one manoeuvre. It is going to need a lot more oomph. We'll leave that going for now. Got a lot of viewers. Hello, lots of viewers. Hope you're doing very well. Well, I'm going to extend today's stream a little bit in that case. I'd be very foolish to turn my back on the lot of you. Let's keep going, shall we? Until at least, should we say 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. You can watch me. You can watch me bake to death. God, it is. Shall I? Do you want to see this? Actually, it's not quite as bad. That's going to be worse. That's going to be worse. Sweat for the art. Yeah. All right. So, that is still looking nuclear out there. Yeah. So we are. Oh, there we go. We can see that our teal orbit is flattening somewhat. But yeah, we're not actually going to get ourselves any closer to Kerbin. We're just flattening ourselves out. Okay. Fine. Fair. Let's head back to the Space Center and start. That's fine. Let's head back to the Space Center and actually. Oh, I'm an idiot, aren't I? No, or am I an idiot? Hang on, I just need to work out if I'm an idiot or not. Did I provide a docking port with my ship? What I want to know is, can I detach the crew pods and reattach them to the new ship? Or, and this is what I suspect because I don't think I thought this through, Oh.
Look up, Mr. Bond.
Oh, it just reloaded.
See that some harm comes.
Oh, wow, that's annoying. So when I went back to the Space Center, it just reloaded. That is annoying. Okay. Right. Okay, fine. Well, we lost that progress.
Right.
Fine. Well, we'll just have to do that again. What I wanted to know was, do I have... Yes, I do. I do have a docking port. Oh, thank God. So I don't... The rescue ship doesn't need pods with it. It can just dock with this and then get the pods home. Yes. So I just need to... build the rescue ship. Okay,
You do
fine.
think, Christ, what have I done?
What have I done?
At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
Right, the rescuing... Oh, that looks nice. What I wouldn't give to be Max Zorin. Oh,
But I ain't spending any time on it.
It looks refreshing, doesn't it?
That was a disaster. Should never have put me with that woman. Whose idea was that?
I don't know, I didn't say.
Sue, I think.
Mm.
They're just ridiculous.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's reassemble. Oh, is my gamma a little bit too high now? Now we're back in daylight. Is the gamma correction too high? Let's have a look. Is there a name for the rescue ship? Give me a name and I shall make it so. There we go. Let's take the gamma correction off. Right. So we're going to need an autopilot, aren't we? That one, I guess. There we go. There's our autopilot. We need an inline stabilizer. Yeah, why not? We need some RCS fuel. Why the hell not? We need batteries. There we go. We need communication. Beautiful. We do need solar panels. Oops. Model B. I wonder if that's a reference to the BBC Micro. Okay, let's get you like that. All right, we've got solar panels. We don't need parachutes. We will need lights. Obviously, we're going to need lights. We've got communication, electrical. Yeah, we've got that, and we've got that. We don't need thermal. We don't need ground. We don't need aerodynamics. Okay, that's fine then. What we do need is a Clampertron docking port on the top, so we can clamp onto our pods and take them home. Is that it? Yes. We do need little RCS boosters, but we can worry about that at another time. Okay, let's start with a nice little engine and build it out from there. Okay. Little engine, something like this maybe. No, that's too big. Something like that. Yes, let's do that. Okay, so we're going to use the Terrier for this one. I think so. There we go. Right, lovely. Oh, sod it. Let's get a couple of Terriers on this. I'm still waiting for a name for this ship. The Rescuing Rescuer. Give me a name. Okay, so let's get rid of the red. Should we make it a green ship? There we go. A nice green ship with orange highlights and a bronze metallic finish. Yeah, lovely stuff. Green, let's make it somewhat metallic. Let's make it somewhat specular with some detail. And we'll do the same to you. And we'll do the same to you. Lovely. Right. Docking lights, docking port lights, science storage. The science storage, thankfully, is on the pods already, and we're going to be docking with the pods. Yes, we're going to be docking with the pods, so that's okay. But thank you for mentioning it. So we'll store that pattern, we'll store that colour, and then we'll do that, and then we'll...
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
All right. So that's you. That's nice. So we just... No, actually... No, I don't want to do that at all, do I? I want to do this. I want to get a... We're going to go nuclear on this because we need to get back as efficiently as possible. So, something more akin to this, maybe. How's that? Something more like that, then. Let's load the pattern and load the colour. Yeah, that's very nice. Hyperion aid vessel. Interminable rescue. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I'm going to call this the KSS Interminable Rescue. There we go. Great. Cool. We're going to need some radiators, aren't we? Allegedly. I'm not actually sure how important they are, radiators, but we'll stick them on anyway out of politeness. There we go. Okay. What's that giving us? Right, okay, so we're going to need more bloody Delta V than that. That's for certain. We're going to need loads of Delta V. And we'll be... Oh, I know what I should do, actually. If I'm going to calculate this, I should just stick on the pods we're going to be using, and then that will give me a much clearer idea of how much oomph we're going to need. So I'll just stick these on. We're not going to take these with us. This is just giving me a rough idea of how much oomph we're going to need. So, okay, so we've got you. Let's duplicate you and get some side coupling. There we go. Let's get you straightened out. Marvellous. Thank you very much. Let's get you back on there. Okay. And then if we asparagus you in here, and then we get the staging sorted out properly. There we go, 3000 Delta V. Not bad. Struts. I'll leave the strutting around till after we've landed. Yes, this will all get strutted up. Don't worry. Oh, I like the green tips. Very nice. Okay, this time I'm packing a whole shitload of engines because I tried it with one engine and it may have been efficient, but it was absolutely no fun at all. The SS liability waiver, very nice. But hang on, here we go. So what about if I add another tank? Now, how much of a smart ass do I want to be about this? Now, if I add a decoupler here, and then if I get this fuel to go into, hang on, do I have to do something with There we go. I think that'll do it, won't it? Good. Okay. $4,000. There we go. So we've got... That's actually quite nice. So we've got these engines here. We've got these tanks up here that are going to be draining into these tanks. So we can jettison these tanks when they're empty. That's giving us 4,000 meters per second already, which is nice. So maybe we should now layer these up. So to create more engines of this ilk. Or I could do this. So if I staged... Okay, if I staged this so that... Oh, I get it. Okay, so let's stage those separately. Let's stage... And then those... No. Those. Then... These... Oh shit, hang on. So if we ditch these tanks first, then these side tanks, then those ones, and then those ones. Yeah, okay. What's that? 5,000 delta V. We could get rid of the engines here maybe. Indeed, I could cap this off, couldn't I? Quite nice. So we fire these engines, then we dump those ones. And I'm just going to check that these are definitely flowing in the right direction. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. And if I move this whole ruddy lot down, so I click you can go all the way down here. Yeah, is that going to bugger anything else up? Possibly not. We should be okay. All right, good. And if I removed that and put another smaller, if I put another smaller tank here. Oh, that's got oxidizer in it. I don't want oxidizer in it. Oh, actually, have these got... Oh, these have got oxidizer in as well. Nightmare. These are the wrong tanks. This is the quality... This is the quality you're after, isn't it? Yeah, these are completely the wrong type of tanks. What a waste of time. I need to use liquid fuel tanks, not liquid and oxidizer tanks. Kuh. Okay. Tanks for nothing. Fucking right. Sorry about that. Stuart, could you do the honours?
A blue for you, Catherine. Blue. Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
There's my liquid fuel tank. Right, now we're going to get some delta V. Right, okay, fine. Here we go. So, right, let's get you... Most
important...
You do
think, Christ, what have I done?
What have I done?
At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
I'm being serious, Michael. Okay, so let's get you all tanked up. Lovely. Right, those are good, honest-to-God liquid tanks. I wonder if that's what I did wrong before. I bet it was. Okay. There we go. That's more like it. 6,003. That's the delta V I was after. I thought it was a bit thought it was a bit light. Okay, good. Then we get the thermals. Yeah. Then we put our radiators on. Then we duplicate you. Or at least we duplicate you, and then we put on, so all this can go in the bin. Bye. Then we put our sideways decouplers on. Lovely stuff. Then yeah. This is working. What it is, I knew something was wrong, so I wasn't quite getting the numbers that I felt that I deserved. Okay, so you can then go here. Cracking. That's fine. Then we asparagus you in thusly, yes. We put in... Oh, yeah. Actually, do it this way. Put that on like that, yeah. Then stick a decoupler on here. Then put that on there. Then get that asparagusing from there to there. Lovely stuff. And then that means we can fire all of these engines, hooray, and then ditch the top tanks, woohoo, and then ditch the side tanks, yes. And then that would leave us with... What's this then? Oh, that's that one. Okay, that's fine. And that'll give us 4,400 Delta V. Are you sure? Did we go all the way there on unleaded? I'm pretty sure we hauled a whole load of oxidizer with us, which is pointless because nuclear engines don't need oxidizer. Okay. Fab then. Okay, fine. Cool. And then we can move these down so they look prettier. There. Whoop. There we go. Right. Okay. So let's then do a second batch of engines. Let's go coupling here and here, and then let's get another engine like this. Stick that. Oops. You're not having it. All right. Stick you there. We'll stick you there. Okay. And then we'll have another one. Lovely. And then we'll get an engine. You can go there and you can go there. And then we get these asparagusing into here. We get rid of you. We don't need you. We get rid of you. We don't need you. Okay. And we don't need you either. All right. And then... Right, so these... Okay, got it. So... Okay. So these engines fire, and then we lose these engines on the side, and then we ignite these engines. We asparagus this into these ones. if it's going to reach. It absolutely is going to reach. Mentos and Coke, yeah. So we fire these engines, then we release, and then we fire these engines. And then we release this. So what's that? That goes there. Then we release that and then we fire that engine. Yes. I think we dump that. Do we dump that before or after? What makes more of a difference? That 11,000 meters per second. That's pretty sweet, actually. Okay. Get through enough black boxes, yeah. Right. That is looking like... That's looking credible, isn't it? Let's... Oh, God, let's save. Let's get radiator panels all over this bugger. Just in case. Okay. Fab. So that's that module. Now let's go conventional. Let's over-engineer the fuck out. Yeah, I said fuck. Let's educate the fuck. Oh, no. You know what I'm going to do? Ow! Oh, ow, my bum. Not that. I'm going to... Sorry, that's just a generic old man noise. Oh, I gave it... Oh, it got such a pounding last night. It didn't. My bum has a very sedate lifestyle. Here we go. And then if we perhaps add some more tanks, some more Tommy tanks to the side here, that'll just make me feel a little bit better. Oops. And then you can asparagus yourself into here. We'll get you rounded off. Did I get those nice round... Oh, actually... 12,000 Delta V. That's lovely. Yes, where's the green tits? Tits. Here you are. Right. We'll get the green tits on. Recolor those tits. There we go. We'll also put them on the underside there. Very nice. All right. Oh, and we need some more tits here. Lovely. Okay, that's good. That is looking like a convincing rescue ship. Now we just need to get it into space. Right, I'm going to ditch these now. We can get rid of these. Good. I don't like the way that didn't make any difference to my Delta V, but well, we'll have to see. I bet I've buggered up the staging somehow, but there we go. Right, okay, so let's get this into space. Sorry, let's get this. Where could we? Oh God, wonder what he's going to do. Where could we? It's hot.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Yeah, what he said.
Space.
That's the one. That's the one. Okay. So. And on this we will stick on what should we put on here? Maybe our terriers will do. Oh no, maybe we want something a bit better. We want something better than terriers here. It is a big old ship. No, all right, let's go terriers for now, and then we can always build up beyond that. Okay, so we'll asparagus these into here. Yeah, fine. So we activate, okay, so we activate our terrier engines first, including you, and then we deactivate, we separate this off, okay, and then we activate IC, but not that. I get it, I get it, I get you, I get you, I get you, I get you, I get you. Okay, so these terriers activate, these come off, we then can activate the nuclear engines, and then when that terrier is done, that's all fine. Okay, lovely, that's the terriers done. Let's up our game. Let's go coupling, wallop, let's expand outwards. There we go, lovely stuff. Can we get that recolored? No. Let's go for a bigger tank, something along the lines of something like this. Yep, that looks ideal. Let's get an engine on that. Let's get a cheetah on that. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Fine. Let's get this asparagus. It's all asparagus all the time here. Let's get that asparagus to those. So all of these fuel lines are all running into each other. Let's get that there, and then we have this engine here. Yeah. All right. Fine. You're then... Yeah, okay, and then we're going to need some supplementary ones of these. So let's get coupling here. Let's get that in triplicate. Is that... Oh, it is aligned properly, okay. Let's get you in line with these. Okay, good stuff. As always, asparagus, asparagus. There we go. Let's get you rounded off as well. No, you have to do something a bit better than that. What about these ones? Oh, I do. Oh, I like that they're comically oversized, but I think we'll keep them. I like them. There we go. Some nice green tits there. Okay. So they activate, then we remove... Oh no, we want to remove the side bits, don't we? So then we remove the side bits, and then that means we can activate these engines. And then we lose that. What's this then? What's this? We want to put that there. So we activate those engines. Good God, no. Okay. Okay, so that's those, and let's get it even bigger. So let's go coupling, wallop, coupling, wallop, and we'll get these There's a lot of stages to this ship, isn't there? We'll get you there. And then we'll add more engines. Can we go for something a bit more substantial? Yeah, let's go. Let's... Yeah, let's go with this. That's nice. Yeah, this might well be over ambitious. Ah, they are. Ooh. Now let's just move. Can we move these out just a tad, so then a bit less overlappy? There we go. And that means we can stick in some decent sized fuel tanks. Let's get that coloured in our livery. There we go. We can get some tanks here and here. Let's get some mid-range engines here. This powerful upper stage. I like the sound of that. As always, we asparagus these into that. We activate these engines. We're on stage 18 now, by the way. To say that this is ambitious is an understatement. Okay. They go in, then we do that, and we want this to asparagus itself into here, don't we? Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. Right. And then we need to get this off the ground. Okay. Woof, this is getting tall. Okay, let's get you right to the top here. You go all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. Now we need a big boy engine at the bottom and a shitload of boosters. And then all we're going to need to do is strut it all up. Is this the biggest we can get so far? Oh right, okay, fine. I haven't researched even bigger rockets. That's not the end of the world then. We'll just have to go with what we've got. So let's get the biggest possible engine we can possibly get. Its power rivals that of entire small nations. Well, we'll have you then. We will also have more of you because I'm nothing if not symmetrical. So let's get you, actually, let's get you there. Let's get you lined up here. Let's get you lined up here and bring you up like that. There we go. As always, we asparagus ourselves. Oh, pardon. We asparagus that, and we get this feeding into that. We get a tit. We're going to need a tit, a big tit. There we go. Oh, that's what they're called, by the way. That's their... Ask anyone at NASA. Do it on a podcast or something. Okay, that's our main sails. Okay, so that's them. Let's get these to be the first engines that we ignite. Along with you. Who are you then? Okay. When I think about you, asparagus yourself. Ooh, pardon. Okay, that's that. Boosters, I guess. As many boosters as we can possibly attach. Oh no, I haven't staged this properly. Hang on. Let's get you there. Let's get you detaching that. And then we can always ignite these engines. These engines, but not that middle one, because we need to detach. There it is. Okay. All right. Let's attach the boosters and be done with it. So coupling, last bit. Here we go. So we'll attach these. Let's get the biggest boosters we can possibly get. That will be that one. We'll get a nice green tit on these as well. Let's do that. Okay, lovely. Let's move these down, and these are solid fuel, so at least we're spared the tedium of asparagus. Put that there, and we'll put you there along with these engines. In fact, move all the engines at the same time. Okay, and then we delete. And then we'll just add a few more of these. Okay. Okay. So that's all of these and all of these. Okay. Can this get off the ground? Yes. Just about. It's going to be a struggle, but we can get this off the ground. Great. We are, I would say we're 5 minutes from launch. If you can contain yourselves. I'm now going to just attach everything to everything else with struts. Let's get everything strutted down. Oh shit, what have I done? Okay. I didn't... Okay. I really hope I didn't bugger up my staging, because my staging is somewhat complicated. Okay. Get you there and you there. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, that's quite convincing. Let's get you strutted to there and you strutted to there. Let's get you... Oh! Boosters for the boosters of the boosters. Gotta love Kerbin's shipbuilding. You just can't have enough power, really, can you? No one ever complained that the ship was too powerful. You know. Belt and braces. If the belt and the braces are made of solid fuel boosters. Okay, so we can do that. That's fine. Let's get these linked to that. Let's get these linked to that. Let's get these linked to you. Let's get you linked there. Let's get you linked there. Let's get you linked there. And oh my god, is this too tall? Okay, and let's get you linked there. And you linked there. You know what I forgot? I forgot my little RCS control. Good luck docking without that, dickhead. Okay, let's put my RCS control here, here, here. Let's just run it all down the ship. I'm a little bit inclined actually just to put a little bit of bonus RCS fuel here maybe. Is that going to massively affect? No, it's probably alright, isn't it? Okay. So we've got our RCS. Follow the money. Is that it? Oh, fins. Although, to be perfectly honest, I actually doubt that these fins are going to make any difference given the power. But okay. Fins, fins, fins. Right. That's all finned up.
Right.
Indeed. I think we might be ready. I wonder. Okay. The KSS Interminable Rescue. I think it's ready to launch. 25 action-packed stages. And I'm still not sure it's going to get them home. I still can't guarantee it will get them home. But it will... It'll be a start, won't it? All right. Let's see how this survives contact with reality. Is there anything I've missed? I've got my RCS control, I've got solar panels, I've got batteries, I've got communication, I've got radios, I've got a Clampetron docking port. I think that's all right. I think that's all right. Where are you? Oh, that's the Colbert thing. Hang on.
A message for the best football supporters in the world.
Is this possible?
We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on.
Thank you, Delia. That is exactly the level of hype that... Lights! Thank you, Space Ben. Lights! Where would we be without lights? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, no, it is necessary. We need to see what we're doing. Lights. Lights, lights, lights. Let's get this effer Christmas treed. Fucking lights. Of course we need lights. Here we go. Let's get it lit. Let's get it lit. That's what young people say, isn't it? Hello, fellow kids. Let's get lit. Oh my God, listen to me. Fucking embarrassment. Okay, good, good, good. Lights, 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 lights. And we'll... oh, shit, what have I done? What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
Did I just take a bit of the ship off? Or did I just... I think I duplicated the ship. Oh, I need some proper lights for the front so we can actually see where we're docking. Here we go. Good. Right.
Right.
Okay. As I said before Space Ben correctly pointed out it was illuminated, I think we're ready to go. Any last... Oh, hang on. We've got to get rid of the crew. Oh, we don't have any crew capacity. Of course we don't. We don't have any pods. Good. All right, Delia, could you hype us up as we go to the launch pad?
A message for the best possible supporters in the world.
Best possible.
We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on.
12 Kerbal. Right.
Right.
KSP X64.exe is not responding. Try harder. There it is. Oh, it's a wobbly boy.
Okay, let's off-road.
That is a wobbly boy sat on that launch pad. Woof. There we go. That is, I mean, it's unclear how convincing that is, isn't it? It's certainly stacked. Okay, right. Well, fine. Engage stability mode. I think we'll be firing this straight up. Paula Abdul's. Oh shit. Oh, it's gone floppy. Yeah. We can't leave it out on the launch pad for very long, otherwise the inevitable lack of turgidity will kick in. It happens to everyone. Oh. All the boosters are going to fall over now like little explosive skittles. Are they going to stay intact, or are they going to blow the... Sorry, love. Give it another 20 minutes. I'll have another go. Launch clamps. Yeah, they're useful, aren't they? Thank you very much, CSS Postal. Launch clamps. Good idea. Or more struts. Yeah. Actually, should I do a little supplementary strut system? Where was the point of turgidity? It was here, wasn't it? If I do this, then if I just get if I get a bit of coupling here, get this redone, yeah, then get a nice big lump of metal, stick that here, and here, maybe attaching that to that might do it, and then attach that to that. Okay, that might help. Right, where in my staging is all of this? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, there it is. Okay, when do we want that? Oh, when do we kick that one in then? Around about here, I reckon. All right, fair enough. Stick it there. We'll worry about that later. Okay, Delia. I think Delia's probably approving of this. All right, here we go again. Oh yeah, docking clamps. The problem with docking clamps, I'm not sure I can physically fit them around. Yeah, they all kind of integrate with the ship. I could do this, but that probably isn't going to help, is it? Oh, hang on, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Oh, look, there we go. Docking clamps. Perfect. There we go. Problem solved. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. Oh, oh, bloody hell. Where have my docking clamps gone in the staging? Don't tell me they've put them right at the top. No? Oh, that's these, is it? Okay. I see. Well, I'll put them as the second stage then, shall I? Oh, they're there. Oh, I see. Okay. I understand. Okay. Let's go for launch number 2. Here we go. Got a good feeling about this.
Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes.
Has this ship got what it takes? Let's find out. Right, I'm not going to hang around on the launch pad for too long. It can't stay erect forever. It's not Superman. Right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It doesn't look very symmetrical. 3, 2, 1. Fire engines. Release docking clamps. Release docking clamps. Docking clamps released. We are off. We're heading up. It's losing rigidity. Come on, keep it together. I know it's a lot. Come on, my floppy rocket. Up we go. Yeah, that is floppy, isn't it? That does need a bit of straightening up. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. Just as we go through, is it Q1? I'm sure that'll be fine. All right, up we go. We're going up, uppity up. Not at a bad rate, it must be said. It's a bit of lateral. Maybe if I turn stability off, that might help. Yeah, I think the stability controllers forced it to overcorrect. That's okay. Now I've turned it off, it's a little bit less wobbly. Right. I hope the Space Centre is ready for quite a hard rain. Spin. Thank you, Space Ben. Good idea. Let's get a bit of rifling in. Oh, great idea, Space Ben. Thanks a lot. Sorry. I liked it. It was a good idea. But let's try again. Hey, look, there are no bad ideas. Except that one. Right, let's try again. No countdown, Russian style. Go, go, go. Okay, we've cleared the launch tower. That's our first goal met. Full power, absolutely. Okay, so I've not got stability assist on, and that does seem to have stabilised it. As it's not trying to correct itself, it's just a ballistic object. Okay, so we want to get... No, the SAS seemed to make it wobble more, so we're on manual at the moment. I'm just trying to keep the nose facing north. No, we are tilting. There is unfortunately a tilt. Yeah. All right. Okay. We need... Keep it locked on prograde. I'm just going to stiffen it up. And then I'll work on the rocket ship. Let's get this nice and rigid, shall we? I think there's plenty more struts we can be doing. Okay, let's... Well, I've got these nice little supplemental strut things. It is balls heavy, isn't it? Let's get a lot more strutting going. Oh, hang on. Let's get this. Let's get some symmetry for a bloody start. Okay, so let's attach you to there. Let's attach... Did we attach you to there? Let's also attach this upwards, because I don't think we did that before. Let's attach this to here. Yeah. We could probably... I mean, let's stick as many struts in as many places as possible. Strut heavy. Okay, I could encase all this in a fairing. That's what I might try. If we're really stuck, I might try that. But for now, let's just go with this. Okay. All right. Ready? Ready.
A message for the best football supporters in the world. We need a 12th
This is
man
my
here.
countdown.
Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on.
Iconic. KSP X64.exe is not responding. Oh, you'll respond all right. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, more fins. That was an idea. Might get. Oh yeah, we could get some proper Boeing 747 wings on it. That might help. Okay, we are clearing. We have cleared. Oh, we banged into. Oh, is it us banging into our own bloody? Are we banging into the bloody? It's because we're banging into the tower on the way up. Okay. Okay. Right, wings. Let's stick some wings on it. Let's stick some wings on it. Ah. If it worked for panty liners, it'll work for this. Let's get some wings. Okay. Wings, wings, wings. We need to fly. Do we go full on swept wing? Oh yeah, let's go for it. Let's absolutely go for it. Right, so we'll get a triple wing here. Right. God, it's still not hugely convincing. Okay. More wings, more wings. Okay. Can we synthesize? Yeah, there we go. Canards. It's canard. I know it is pretty difficult. That's me getting my jokes from Only Fools and Horses. More wings, more things to hit on detach. Ah, if we can get that far, if we can get to the point where if we can get beyond stage 1, I'll call that a win. All right. Here's a new attempt. It's telling me it wants to close the program again. The program would rather terminate itself than try and launch this ship. Okay, here we go. I'm thinking fairing now. I'm thinking about getting as much of this under fairing as possible. That might help with the wobbliness. Well, it's wobbling, but weirdly staying vaguely stable. This is the weak point here, isn't it? This is where I need to add some more struts. That said, not too bad so far. Now, as we encounter some atmospheric resistance, the story's probably going to change. Let's see what it can do. Let's see if it can hold itself together on the way up. Our solid fuel is half gone. That is a very bendy ship. Is a very bendy ship. It's bending too much. Oh man, I thought that might have been it. Oh, it's beautiful though. That's a lovely racing green. It's a lovely racing green, is it? Oh, hang on. Can we... I'll take a polar orbit. Come on. We're not done yet. Come on, polar orbit's fine. If that's the way you want to go, that's the way we'll go. We're still pointing up. Oh, right, scrub that. We're not pointing up. Okay, well, baby steps. No, that's now very much on the descendant, isn't it? That's not going into space. Okay, fine. Fairing. Let's try fairing. Right, cargo, payload. What's the biggest one? Protective shell, airstream protective shell. Right, and where does that fit? Does that fit here? Oh, it's here, isn't it? This is where it has its problems. Oh no, if I disconnect this, it's going to... all of my staging is going to be ruined, isn't it? Maybe not. I bet it has though. Okay, so if I build fairing. Okay. Interesting. No, it doesn't fucking work. I don't have enough. It's these external tanks aren't quite doing it. No. Okay, ignore the fairing. Fuck the fairing. Forget it. Okay. What we need... yes, I need more struts. So, let's get more of these struts. Let's get you here. And then we can maybe attach that... maybe attach that there. And then use get these. No. No. Get these. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There, that. And do that. That might work. That might work. Possibly. My arse, that's going to work. It might do. Don't be so negative. Yeah, bollocks. Might do. Okay. What if you get them cables from the green mushroom cap thing straight up to those green external tanks? I'm hoping that that my little scaffolding here works that way. That's not too bad, is it? I don't know when these are going to fly off, but that's not too bad. Right, let's try that, shall we? We're close. We're very, very close. We can get this into orbit eventually.
You could drink your weak lemon drink now, or you could wait until later.
Hello? Was that a full-on... Oh, you can see more of the game than I can. Oh, here we go. Right, just go. Don't think, just do it. Is it stuck? Is it stuck in its own bloody... Yeah, just sparks scraping off the edge as it just about clears. Yeah, not the perfect takeoff. I'm not going to take this takeoff as the definitive one. If this fails, it's worth another shot. Wow, this is a slow ascent, isn't it? Oh, it's because my power was reduced. Oops. Didn't actually have that at full power. Oh, sod it, we're up now. I'm going to take the SAS off again, because I do think that's causing more problems than it should. This isn't looking too bad. Is it me, or is it less floppy than it used to be? It looks less bendy. I might even attempt a tiny bit of course correction. Just try and nudge it.
It's getting quite tiresome now.
Just trying to nudge it onto the 90. That might have been too much, actually. Okay. Solid fuel is half gone. I think these struts might have helped. Okay. Okay, this is the point at which it's probably going to bloody fall over. So I'm going to put SAS on again. Re-enable SAS. We're going the wrong way, but honestly, beggars stroke choosers. Okay, this is all right. This is going all right. We're going up, and we're going up in more or less the right direction as well. Straight up. Right. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Right.
Should we turn the lights on? a big difference, didn't it? Okay, and we're nearly in a position to drop off. This is where we find that it's not too bad, is it? This is the point at which I realise my staging has been completely ruined, and when I press space, the whole thing's going to explode. Okay, so the solid fuel boosters are... Look, if this doesn't get into orbit, we can always add more boosters. You can always add more boosters. That's fine. So our apoapsis is going to flatten out at about 50. So it's not going to be quite enough, I don't think, to get us out of the atmosphere. It might well be that we need more boosters, but... Oh, maybe we'll make it. Maybe we'll make it. Okay, let's release the boosters then. There they go. Oh, wow. Can we slip away from those? Yes, we can. Lovely. There go the boosters. And we're still going up. We just slipped those off like a pair of pants. And that's gone well. Okay, let's keep going up. We are now due to hit space. Let's see. Let's finish this stage here. So these engines, these side engines are probably going to expire and then fall off, and then we can switch to the central engine. But at the moment I just... Oh, it's getting wobbly again. At the moment I just want height. Okay, take the SAS off because I think the SAS is making it wobble too much. Let's just keep heading upwards. Okay, we're approaching an apoapsis of 100,000 metres. But we want to go... Well, we're going to need a lot more than that, because once we turn sideways and try and circularise the orbit, we're going to need a lot of slack. The whole thing is tilting. So I'm currently trying to tilt it. I'm actually going to try and get it onto the 90-degree line now. So let's try and get this tilting. It's tilting itself quite happily. I'll try and get it 45-degree inclination on the 90-degree line. Ooh, that is wobbly. That is wobbly. Okay. All right. Okay. Great. That... Oh, is it going to tilt over? If it does tilt over, it's not the end of the world. But I don't think I can go at a lower angle than 45 degrees. Let's just keep this going. We're about to hit space. Brilliant. We're now out of the atmosphere. We are now in space. Where are we?
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
That's right. And these engines should be cutting out now. Right, I'm quick saving. Did my asparagus not work there? Clearly not. Oh, well. Sod it. Doesn't matter. Activate engines. Woof. You missed the first stage. It was a lovely separation. That was a lovely bit of separation. We slipped off those boosters like a sock. Right, let's get this pointing sideways. So, as you can see, our orbital speed is actually decreasing, and we really have only come straight up. So we've got 2 minutes 30 seconds until we reach our apoapsis and start coming down again. So we've basically got 2 minutes 30 seconds to build up a decent horizontal lateral speed. Lovely colour scheme though. It's not a colour scheme, it's a colour scream. Okay. So we're still losing speed. We are heading up, but our horizontal speed is not outpacing our deceleration. Yeah, this is not an eco rocket. There's quite a few hydrocarbons coming off this fucker. It does have solar panels though. Chip fat. Oh, maybe I could do with a chip butty. I'm going to stick with chip butty for my favourite sandwich, you know. Could go for one of those right now. Well, yes, but I'm very tense about the fact that our apoapsis is gaining on us. We've only got 2 minutes now before we reach the apoapsis, and our orbital speed is still pathetic. Is there an argument for opening up the other engines? No, because they're positioned right above these ones. No, all right, fine, we won't. Oh, it's got to have butter and ketchup in the chip butty. I wonder at what point are we going to lose these? Oh, right. At the next stage, we're going to lose our struts. You know what? I don't think I'm quite ready to lose my stability strut. Yeah, I think I kind of need them as a comfort blanket. So yeah, we've really not made much progress sideways. There's the space center, still basically straight down. So we've got up sorted, pointing prograde at the apoapsis. I'm just trying to get, when this gets down to 1 minute, I'm going to increase my ascent, but at the moment I'd like to get as much horizontal speed as possible. Okay, we are now actually accelerating. Our orbital give you enough to raise your periapsis to be on the edge of the atmosphere. Yeah. Okay, I will actually be doing that very soon on the 1 minute. On the 1 minute mark. We are increasing speed. We are going sideways. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks and poo. I forgot to put the... Oh, this is going to make things worse. I forgot to put the green thing on. The telemetry. I don't have any decent telemetry. We're going to have to... And I think I've installed an inferior autopilot module because I don't have my buttons to go prograde or retrograde. So I think I've just got the most basic navigation on this bloody thing. And it doesn't look like it's going to blow up. Right, I am actually at the 1 minute point, so I'm just going to adjust our trajectory to be more of a 45-degree vibe. Let's try going above our prograde and get this thing pointing upwards a bit more than it already is. We've got plenty of fuel. I mean, obviously, because it was quite heavy. Fuel is not a problem. Time is a problem. Okay, let's see if we can get this even more. 45 degrees. I kind of want to roll it. Maybe I'll roll it. Let's see if how this baby rolls. Let's roll. Oh, I could quite do with a roll. Maybe a roll with some chips in it. Okay. Okay, nice rollout. Very good, very smooth. We are still losing our apoapsis, although it is going down slower than before. Maybe we can even risk it and dip our nose a bit. Let's go down to 30 degrees. Let's poke this down to 30 degrees, see how that affects our timings. Yeah, I think we're all right. Maybe we can go all the way down to 10 at this rate. Our periapsis is looking more healthy. Definitely over-engineered this. That's fine. I've still got more conventional engines to go after this. Mind you, that'll be useful for blasting away from Kerbin. Okay. All right. We have made progress. There's the space center. It's still in sight, though. Let's see if we can take this to 10 degrees. Let's live dangerously. Okay. Well, that looks semi-convincing. I mean, there's work to be done. Could be worse. I say that. It might actually be worse. Okay, we need to lift our nose up again because we have nearly run into our apoapsis. So let's raise up to 30 degrees again. 10 degrees might have been a bit ambitious. Let's raise the nose to 30 degrees. Okay, that's actually done a pretty good job. Let's keep it there. No, you want to go back down again. That'll be the wobblies. Okay. Boop. So the numbers I'm currently staring at is this one, time to apoapsis, which is 8.7 seconds, and periapsis height, which I want the periapsis height to be a positive number, and I want this to be above 0. If that's not above 0, that means we're falling. And while this is a minus number, that means our periapsis is inside the planet. Now, I'm going to hold my nerve here. I think sticking at 30 degrees, even if we bust the apoapsis, I think we might just about circularize it. I've got a good feeling about this. Yeah, the apoapsis is getting towards us slower. And it might even start going the other way. And if it does that, I can dip my nose. Okay. Have we reached... Yeah, we're all right. We're not going to... At this angle, we're not going to bust the apoapsis. Great. Let's stay at this angle for this separation. So here comes another stage to separate. I will quick save. And let's ditch these engines. Okay, lose those engines, get rid of them. And get rid of the struts. There go our safety struts. Oh, whoops. What did I blow up? I think we just blew up the struts as we detached them. There they go. There goes the debris of our ship. Very slowly moving away. Right, we've now reached our apoapsis. So we are now officially going down. I might as well drop my nose at this point. We might as well lean into it. Now I'm no longer fighting it. So let's get our nose right down onto the horizon and use the fact that we're now hurtling towards the planet. Let's use that as a little boost. In fact, why don't I go the whole hog and point the nose down 20 degrees? See how it likes that. Speed boost, absolutely. Right, so we're now pointing down 20 degrees into the planet to get gravity to give us a nice shove. Okay, periapsis height minus 230. Good stuff. We are 187 over the atmosphere, so we should be all right. Don't let that angle fool you. We should be okay. If we're very lucky, we might catch up with our apoapsis again, and then we'll know that we're absolutely golden. Have a look at our orbit. Look at that. Look, so you can see our apoapsis is behind us. Where's my career? It's behind me. It is getting away. It's getting away a little bit more than I'd hope. It's not quite encircling the planet yet, this orbit, but it should hopefully be getting there. Definitely over-engineered this. Okay, so in what I think is going to be about 20 seconds, I think we will have achieved a nice orbit. In fact, let's pitch down some more because it's going to be a little bit eccentric at this rate because it has been an eccentric launch. Okay, let's get that pointed down even more. There we go. Let's get that. Let's get gravity working for us. Nearly there. Nearly there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're officially in orbit. We're not actually in orbit until the periapsis is above 70,000 meters. So we're nearly there. 30. $50. 60. 8, 9, 70. Let's just take it to 80 for safety reasons. There we go. 81,000 meters periapsis, and those engines are cut. And there we are. We are in orbit. We did it. We got this bastard up into the cosmos, up into the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism yet. There we go. And there, I think I'm going to leave it. What's that? That's an hour 40 minutes over my end time, so that's good. There we go. Well, that's set us up nicely for tomorrow, doesn't it? That's us set up for tomorrow. So we'll leave this bugger in orbit, I think, and then we've got to work out when is best for us to strike out towards Moho. Where's my ship? Small question. Where's my ship? Where's the ship of people? I just want to check it. I can't see it on the map. I just need to check that it hasn't, hit Moho. But yes, that is a nice amount of flying for today. And I'm going to go and have... I really want to chip Butty, but it'll just be filled with regret if I do that, won't I? All right, where's this ship? The meat relay orbiting Moho. Or is it the... Oh, no, it's the fetch... Is it the fetch quest? It's the fetch quest, isn't it? Hang on. Let me just fly the fetch quest. I just need to see my Kerbal's little faces. I just need to verify that they're alive and well before packing up for the day. We're riding this game. How old is this game? Is it 15 years old, is it? Having one of your lovely salads. Have you got any dressing on that? Quadruple those calories with a sprinkle of delicious dressing. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Here we are. Jeb, Sigbro, Rawin. Great. I should actually put an alarm clock on you guys. You've got a node to be doing. Here we go. I didn't put an alarm clock on you. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All your salads wilted even in the fridge. Oh yeah, you know me. Regular viewers will know that I favour keeping my butter in a butter dish because most times of the year it means you get lovely soft butter. It's a fool's errand to keep butter in the fridge, but at the moment I'm having to keep my butter in the fridge to keep it soft as opposed to just liquid. Good. Right, well, I'm going to get myself away from this extremely powerful light that's been shining in my face for the last nearly 6 hours, and I'm going to have a little dry off. Thank you so much for today. This is great fun, and I'm really, really enjoying it. Truth be told, this morning I was feeling a little bit about Kerbal Space Program, which is why I've been batting my eyes at Crusader Kings again. But I enjoyed today. Good fun. Oh yeah, we did loads, didn't we? We landed. Yeah. We flew to Moho. We orbited Moho. We landed. We got Lisby away from the hole. Got all of our science, abandoned the old ship, got into the new lander, and then just about coaxed the lander into orbit of Moho, and then docked the lander with the rescue ship, and then built another rescue ship to rescue the rescue ship. And that's what we'll do tomorrow. Excellent. What a full day. Thank you very, very much. I hope to see all of you again tomorrow. I'll be back at 10 o'clock with continuing the rescue. And hopefully by the end of the day, all that lovely science will be back on Kerbin. You all have a lovely rest of your afternoon. For God's sake, stay hydrated. Keep imbibing those fluids into your mouth. Keep yourself nice and hydrated. If you have a strong wee, take that as a sign to have another pint of water, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very, very much. I massively appreciate it, and wonderful. Am I running out of time on this? I'm about to run out of time on this. I'll just say goodbye. Thank you very, very much, everyone. Take care. See you tomorrow, and thank you very much. See you later. Bye-bye. I'm waving. Bye-bye. Just believe me, I'm waving. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.